by negotiation. So, Steve, you need to negotiate with them because you need your hostages back.
Correct.
About killing Hania or killing anyone, well, other leaders will be there. Other Hamas members will be, even if you kill all the members of Hamas, you cannot kill really an ideology because Hamas is an ideology. Other group of people will be gathered and call themselves other name with the same ideology. Now what? So violence will keep violence.
Kamikaze, the
Kill the more you want. As long as they believe that they are struggling for their right, that will never be ended. Security solutions will not help. Violence will not help. I already finished.
Violence always helps when you're dealing with terrorists. You get rid of the head of the snake just like you do Nazis, and you root out them out of power. And what happens? The people become freed. The Palestinians are not free under Hamas.
I totally agree with you about the cutting head.
You get rid of that snake, and then the people start to feel the freedom of not having that sort of oppression. These people can't even speak out without being killed in the street.
I totally agree with the issue or the idea of cutting the head of the snake. But the snake nowadays currently has something I want. Something belongs to me. So I must keep him alive and try to satisfy him as much as possible in order to get what I want. What I do, and what I do, I kick his ass.
I think what you're missing is... But I think that this... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, they have promised more October 7th. I don't believe that you have the moral obligation to deal with people like this who have promised to do more of the same. Because the goal of the IEF has been stated is two-headed, to get the hostages back, but also to get rid of Hamas, because they understand they are currently still a threat to their citizenry.
Okay,
So,
you know how... Wait. Be honest.
Let me.
There's no such thing. There's never going to be, ever, such thing as get rid of Hamas. That's not going to happen.
Let me explain this, okay? I understand. We got it. Hold on, let me just address. Got it. Leroy, I asked you before, you don't need to repeat everything 4 times, okay? We got you the first time. So, I will answer you and I will answer Egyptian also. When we are talking about Hamas and removing Hamas from power, first of all, Hamas is a general term, okay? We are meaning all this ideology, Hamas, PIJ, whatever. Now, when we were talking about getting the Nazism of government, no one was talking about eradicating all Nazis. Until this day, we still have neo-Nazis. The idea of removing Hamas is not the ideology necessarily at first, but them as government and military power in Gaza. After they are removed, they can go to Qatar, they can go to Iran and have their Hamas there. We are talking about not having them as a military group and a government group in Gaza. So then we can change the ideology of the people in Gaza. Okay, so yes, the ideology will continue, but not in Gaza.
Well, why don't I tell you another suggestion which will really be helpful? Well, first of all, and I agree with El in think that they say that we are not winning fights and we are going to finish Israel and all this big, well, they are big mouses. Big mouses, can they really do that? This is the question. Can they really do that? No.
7th of October.
7th of October is just an operation and it didn't do anything of the existence of Israel. Israel is still there. So the issue here, they cannot really remove Israel. So
we understand. We see it as a threat, and we're not talking about eliminating completely Israel, but for us, it's enough. 7th of October again, even half of it. Okay, that is a threat to us. This means that no one. Hold on, that is a threat because if you need to evacuate kilometers of your borders and people cannot stay there safely, there is a threat. Right now, in the north and in the south, people are not living there. They move to hotels and temporary apartments because there is a threat, Egyptian. This is why we are at war.
Let me give you a metaphor. You deal with the threat of a mice who is threatening a lion. Do you really
it's not a mice. No, I'm sorry. Rockets kill.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what
Knives
I'm saying.
kills. A knife, no, because when you're talking about
Daniel,
I think you're trying to minimize calling them rats and us Listen, a rat would not eat a lion, okay? But Hamas is not a rat.
It's like asking you, Egyptian, it's like asking you.
This is not a mouse. What are we talking about?
Egyptian, it's like asking you, hold on, it's like asking you to be okay. It's like asking you to be okay to live next to a neighbor that you know that has been tried to get into your apartment to kill you several times and that has killed other neighbors. And the landlord is still asking you, hey, but he promises not to do it again. Don't worry, just give him another opportunity. And you're like, fucking hell, I cannot live next to this guy because I cannot sleep. That's exactly what's happening with Israel. They cannot live next to a murderous neighbor that has tried to kill them all the time. And every time it goes back to the same thing.
I need to say two things.
Hold on,
let me allow me. Okay, so
how can I
you're
finish?
saying,
I never finished.
You're going to wait for a second, Thog. Egyptian's gonna land and then you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Tik, but I really need to land. Two things I would say. The threat cannot be dealt with just because it is said. The threat must be dealt with when there is a possibility and ability of the things that they threat about. October 7 is not October 7 and anything else
And they
that happens.
promised October 8 and October 9.
May I finish, please?
Yeah, but you're saying like it didn't happen. It happened already.
All the things that you say and maybe more is not about removing Israel as they say.
Okay, and your second point?
Terrorist operations. My second point here, as long as they don't have the rights, they will keep struggling under the name of Hamas or any other thing. Give them the right, give them the rights back, and
Listen,
I'm sure maybe
I don't know what
something
you're
can
talking.
change the struggle of
You're
the
making
Watch
sense.
right. Egyptian, watch right.
We already have a peace process with Israel. And look
There is no peace process. There is no peace
between
process.
Egypt and Israel. Between Egypt
What
and Israel.
rights are we supposed to give? That we give them their rights. What are you talking about?
State, the Palestinian state.
Egyptian, this
That's not a right.
terrorist.
That's not right. They are struggling for it.
It's a terrorist
I understand,
group.
that's not a right.
They don't have any rights, okay?
They are terrorism to you. They are freedom fighters to others.
do you hear what's
They are
going
freedom
on right
fighters
now?
to others. Call them whatever you want. They are freedom fighters to others.
Do you hear what's going on with these people saying they have no rights? Do you hear
It's
this?
not about a right. You don't have a right. Listen, no one has a right for a state.
Just let
you
me
can't have
finish
it.
this talk.
Hold on, let me ask you this.
Talk.
Hold on, wait. Let me
No,
ask you
you're
this.
saying that. Hold on.
Wait a
Then
minute.
you
No,
can
I'm
go
gonna
on.
tell
I
you what
promise.
I'm
I
saying.
just want to
No,
make
don't
this
tell me
remark
what
to
I'm
you.
saying. Let me tell you.
Dog.
No, let me
I'm
tell
gonna
you
make
what I'm
this
saying.
remark to you before you keep talking because this is in your benefit.
You
are
keep talking over
this is in your
everyone.
benefit. You are. This is in your benefit. You
Let me tell
are.
you what I'm saying.
You are in U.S. soil. And
I
U.S.
watched the news
Hold on,
since I
listen
was
carefully
7
to what I'm
years
gonna say
old.
because that might define what you say next. You are in U.S. Hold
I am
on,
way
Thug.
older than you.
Thug.
I am way older
You
than
are.
you. I am way older
I don't
than
care.
you.
I am young. Listen,
I'll
Thug.
tell you.
You are.
I'll tell you.
Thug. You are in U.S. soil. The U.S. has declared Hamas a terrorist group. It is illegal to support them in any way. Now, go ahead with your statement
It is
saying
not
that Hamas
illegal
has
in
got rights.
America. It is
Go
not illegal.
ahead.
So it is not illegal. So I'm going to say this, right? It is not illegal in this country to voice your opinion.
to send them
Hold on.
support.
This
Yes,
Karen,
it is.
No. Okay, so I'm going to say this, right? You're telling this stage right now that the Palestinians don't have a right to exist.
Hamas.
You're saying that they don't have a right. Hold on a second.
Hamas.
I didn't say
Talking
that.
about
I didn't know.
Hamas.
I know, right?
No one said Palestinians have no right to exist.
He just said it. They don't have a right.
To hear, they said
No.
No. You have to be quiet.
Yes.
You have to be quiet. You have to look at this evil woman on the
Hamas does
Okay,
not
so
allow right.
this is the problem when you cannot listen because you're talking over everyone. Thug.
You're cutting
The
me off.
problem when you're talking over someone is that you don't listen what
I
they
was
say.
making my submission and you're cutting me
I
off.
said that Hamas does not have any right. It's a terrorist group, and we need to talk about Hamas as a terrorist group. Now, you want to defend them saying that they have rights. It's your choice, dude.
Because I'm
That's
going to say this.
illegal. Go ahead.
It's not illegal. I'm going to say it again, right? The military arm of the Palestinians are Hamas.
They are a terrorist group. They are not an official military
arm.
arm.
Hold on. That is not true what you said, Rahul.
Okay,
I can correct you.
Let me finish. Okay, so let me finish.
Okay.
Right?
Go ahead.
You do not have the monopoly on a person's view. Let me have my view. You can disagree.
No, you can have your own opinion. You can have your own opinions, not your. That's not a problem.
Disagree. I know your propaganda.
Yes.
They raise you well in your country because your propaganda.
Right. No, get to your point. Get to your point.
It's relentless. Your propaganda is relentless. So
get to your point, or I will not listen. Get to your point.
All right. So you don't want to listen anyway because I'm gonna tell you.
Wow. Get to your point. Stop being victim.
Be quiet and let me finish.
Oh my God, let me finish.
The Palestinian.
Yes.
Palestinians military arm is Hamas. Before there was Hamas, it was the PLO. These people have to have protection for their rights.
Oh my God.
The same way.
Okay.
I know. Oh my God.
Okay,
you don't have a God.
we have to listen to the absolute
I know you don't want to hear this, right? You don't want to hear this because it doesn't fit your narrative.
You are a
You don't want to hear this because it doesn't fit your narrative. The narrative is that you don't want these people.
dog shit.
The narrative is that you don't want Palestinians to have a right to exist in the
They've
country.
been deemed a
In the
terrorist.
I'm
country.
sorry, why people think that talking about the Palestinians' rights, then I support the terrorists?
This is the kind
How
of
is
room you're running that you don't want people to be heard. You want all this to be about
You are in charge of the facts.
This boo-hoo about Israel.
You are not in charge of the
I
facts.
guarantee you that you've killed those hostages by killing this man. And now you're going to see the wrath of the rest of the Arab world. That's what you're going to see.
Okay, thanks. Next.
Okay, have we finished the listen to stupid portion of our show today? Have we finished that part now?
Just do it.
Your mother
One
is
second.
stupid.
I just wanna. Okay, guys. Everybody, relax for a second. I wanna correct a few things. Hamas is the government of Gaza. Hamas has the military. Hold on, let me finish. Do no, I'll kick you down. Okay, stop interrupting. So Hamas is the government of Gaza.
Make sure you tell everybody else.
Start. Don't interrupt. Thank you. So everybody, please let me speak. So Hamas is the government of Gaza. They took over Gaza by force after there was an election. Fatah, which is the PLO, is the government in the West Bank, what we call Judea and Samaria. Hamas has a military wing called Izzadin al-Qassam Brigades, okay, and they are not the only military group that is in Gaza Strip. There are other militant groups, but one of them is Hamas. So Hamas is not the army. Hamas is the government. They are the Ministry of Education. They are the Ministry of Health. They are the Ministry of Interior. They are all the ministries in Gaza, and they also have their own private army. They're also the police, by the way, which is called Izzadin al-Qassam Brigade. So just kind of put things in perspective to whoever is listening.
What's the point of all these things, Daniel? So what's the point?
Just to get, listen, part of the thing that I'm here is to get people involved, you know, and people will say Hamas is not it's just a military, it's just not true. And, you know, when you have one mistake and another mistake, you get to a distorted view of reality, as many Palestinians have, because they have a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and facts matter, nuances matter.
And another thing is that, yes, they were elected by the Palestinians, but they have cancelled elections and they haven't had a proper election since 20 years ago. So it's not even the Palestinian people choosing to have Hamas deciding for them, because Hamas is driving them to death, you know? And so the Palestinians are not having a say in this. There was, and Rolly would share this story with us a couple of months ago, that there was apparently a family in Gaza that were kind of like the opposition to Hamas, and they were actually in negotiations with Israel on how to do a transition of power from Hamas to them. And what happened? The Palestinians killed them. They executed them. So, Hamas maybe might have done that. So Hamas doesn't want to let control of Gaza, and Israel is not willing to have Hamas as neighbors. That's it. So it's like, dude, you're out of Gaza. Gaza will have their own government, but it will not be you. That's all, because Hamas cannot be trusted.
You are Hamas lady.
Israel can be trusted?
Sorry, what, Egyptian?
And Israel can be trusted?
Well,
Yes,
I don't think that
we
they have
have more-
started a war. They are the ones wanting to have peace. In fact, I mean, what do you think? Think about if you're an Israeli, you're Netanyahu, you're the prime minister. What would you prefer? To have neighbors that are living in poverty, that are angry, that are wanting to kill you, or do you want to have neighbors that are thriving and flourishing and having good education, good health, and good everything? What would be more appealing to you, Egyptian, as an Israeli?
Of course, it's the second option.
Okay, so do you really think that Israel doesn't have in their interest that Gaza is okay? They just don't want Hamas because Hamas wants to kill them.
Oh, Israeli
I'm
Hamas.
not about Hamas. I don't care about Hamas. You know that. I already declared my situation. I'm not with Hamas. I'm just with the Palestinians, innocent people. And the issue here, if I'm Netanyahu, and Netanyahu. May I finish, please? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Netanyahu already declared, even before 7th of October, that he's not with two-state solution. So it's not peaceful, man. If I were like Isaac Rabin, he said that you can check by yourself.
No, that is not true. That is not a peaceful man. I don't think it has anything to do with peace.
How
I'm a
will
peaceful
be
man.
a peaceful man? How will be a peaceful man and with one-state solution, and he doesn't want to give the Palestinians the right?
He didn't say one-state solution. No, he didn't say one-state solution.
Who is he talking about?
He did not. The last thing he would say was a one-state solution, Egyptian. I don't know if you understand what one-state solution is, but if Netanyahu say it, it's like...
provide me with a link, maybe I'm wrong, but I saw two interviews...
To provide you with a link of him not saying something, that's very hard for me to do.
No, let me tell you two things. Allow me to answer Isa first. Isaac Rabin was really wanted to have the real intention and real steps to have a peace process with the Palestinians. This is the last prime minister I saw that wanted to have peace. Others say that we want peace, but they just say so, but they didn't do any steps. As I responded to you, Daniel, Netanyahu stayed in the stage of the United Nations with a map, declared the new Israel or the new Middle East. The map didn't include Palestine at all. This is number one. Number two, he was talking about having a normalization process with Saudi Arabia. That was said before 7th of October. I believe the interviewer was a beautiful lady from the United States. I don't remember the name of the channel.
Kamala Harris?
And I'm not sure, to be honest. But she told him, she asked him, what will you give in return to have this normalization with Saudi Arabia? And she was referring to two-state solution. Netanyahu was smart and tried to give a beautiful words with another different answer. She was smart and wanted to have a direct answer. She asked the same question again. He didn't give a direct answer. She asked it the third time, and he said, I will not agree on two-state solution. That's why I say he's not with two-state solution, Daniel. If you have something else,
you said that he was for a one-state solution, and that was my comment. He would never say that he's a pro-one-state solution. Okay? Because one-state solution means basically that all Palestinians from all over the world come, and they all have equal rights, and basically it means the end of Israel. So to think that Netanyahu will say something like this is, to be honest, ridiculous. Now, regarding two-state solution, I think that it's very easy to sit in the West and talk about a two-state solution, completely ignoring what is going on. I, for example, I'm a liberal Israeli. I was a very much pro-two-state solution. That was also my vote for the Israeli parliament. However, following 7th of October, it's not that I'm against a two-state solution, okay? I'm still pro-two-state solution. I just understand that it's not realistic at all right now. This is a topic that we can discuss again maybe in a decade or two, or generation or two. But to advocate right now for a two-state solution, I mean, to talk right now about a two-state solution is it's not realistic, especially when it's not coming from the Palestinian side. It's coming only from the pro-Palestinian side.
And especially when Hamas is wanting to remain in power. If Hamas wants to keep in control of Gaza, Egyptian two-state solution is never going to be talked about. If anything, I think that they might consider it, if at all, if Gaza steps out and they put another government in place where they can make a commitment to actually, I don't know, rebuild Gaza and educate people and do not attack. And of course, this will have to be escalated, because it's not like, okay, now we have another government in Gaza, we're just going to remove all our security. That's not going to happen. The trust has to be earned because Israel needs to be able to sleep in peace.
Oh no, Israel wanted peace.
Anyways, I already discussed and I already told you that my vision and the only solution for this violence and these actions that has been for 70 years now is two-state solution. Maybe so many people are pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas because this is the only militias that do military actions against Israel. Maybe so many people agree with Hamas in that. Maybe so many people are willing to contribute Hamas in that. But imagine with me that the Palestinians have their state now. How many people would contribute Hamas again? I don't think that there will be
many, because they will see Hamas as the one that brought them the Palestinian state.
State.
So what? Did you read the Hamas charter? Do you know what they want?
I already told you the Hamas charter is not practical. They wanted to eliminate Israel and they want to remove Israel, but still they cannot really do that.
Exactly.
I don't fucking care about the charter because it is not practical. Let them shout.
But dude, we are agreeing that I'm saying again, it's not realistic to have a two-state solution with someone that wants to kill you. That is exactly, we're saying exactly the same thing. The Hamas charter is not realistic. Hold on, let me finish. They don't want a two-state solution. They want our state to be handed over to them. And this is why there is no talk about a two-state solution, and it's idiotic to talk about two-state solution because there is no one to talk to. This is why I said that the calls for a two-state solution are not coming from the Palestinian people. They are coming from the pro-Palestinian people, that maybe this is what you wish that would happen, but this is not what the Palestinians want. And that is the problem that we are at. You cannot speak on their behalf. You need to listen to what they're saying. And they want, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. This is what I hear all the time. So why are you gaslighting me as if I'm the problem?
No,
Land
you
beef,
Daniel or you as Israel?
No, me as Israel. Like, why are we the problem when we have someone here? Why don't you live in peace with them? Because they all the time declare, not only declare, but also act upon their genocidal intentions to wipe us off the map. We have a problem with this. I hope that you will understand this.
I understand, and that's why I told you before, and please try to remember my words. I already told you that the only way out is two-state solution and strengthening the Palestinian government, which is the PLO.
We are going in circles.
Yes,
We're going in circles.
you do agree. The point is that it cannot happen right now. First, this war has to end, and then we can talk about two-state solution.
And do you really think that this way, this term of Israel will really end the war?
Right now,
really
while Israel is being attacked, and while the hostages are still there, first that needs to be resolved, and then conversations can start. But you will agree that.
I agree with that, but not in the same way that Israel is doing.
I don't know if you're married or not, but if you're in the middle of a heated conversation with your wife where you're throwing the plates at each other, smashing the plates at the walls, and you want to say, okay, we need to negotiate right now. No, dude, first you have to stop fighting, and then you can sit down in the sofa and negotiate about a divorce or ending the fight or who will keep the children. But while you're throwing the plates at each other's head, you can't talk in that moment.
I totally agree. But what I don't agree with, the actions that Israel is doing against the Palestinians will not end the war. It will cause more wars, and it will get the issue more complicated.
I think the problem is, can we say that, I don't know, taking hostages will, and throwing rockets, and throwing indiscriminate bombs at Israel, maybe this also contributes, maybe just a little bit, before we retaliate. Maybe take a little bit of accountability of why is Israel responding, and understand that the problem is not the response of Israel, but the actions that are being done against Israel. You seem to kind of start with Israel's retaliation. How about don't take hostages, which is a war crime? How about don't hide behind civilians, which is a war crime?
How about not destroying their houses? What about not expanding your borders? How about not killing over 40,000 civilians? How about all of this?
Okay, hold on. Egyptian, the reason that you attack, hold on. Egyptian, the reason that you are giving 10 points is because you know that you are lying. And I will just point to the last one. Hold on, Egyptian, hold on. I will
1,000 people whom are killed and civilians, most of them are women and children.
I will answer you. First of all, because it's bullshit. You said 40,000 civilians. It's bullshit. It's a lie, and you know it.
Okay, your media is the only one who says that it's
no, you show me one source, even fucking Al Jazeera that says, hold on, Egyptian, let me finish the question. Let me finish the question because it's really hard for me to listen to you while I'm speaking. It's really hard for me to listen to you when I'm speaking. Give me one source. I don't care if it's Al Jazeera that says what you came here on stage and said right now. 40,000 civilians died in Gaza. Show me one source like this. Show me one. Again, Egyptian. Listen, no. You're not gonna guess like it. No, Egyptian. Hold on, Egyptian. I asked.
Okay, hold on for a second.
I want to finish this. One second, Lisa. One second. Egyptian, I asked the question. Egyptian, I asked the question. I told you, give me one source. I said, even Al Jazeera, you stuck to this point. Ignore it, okay? I will start again. Give me one source. I don't care what source it is, okay? That says 40,000 civilians died in Gaza. Please, Egyptian, you came and you said it on stage 3 times. Show me one source. I don't care if it's a one biased source. This is why I said, I don't care if it's, what I'm trying to say, even Al Jazeera, which is completely biased, will not say it. So show me one source, I don't care which source, that says 40,000 civilians died in Gaza.
Will you keep silence for a few minutes so I can answer you? Thank you. First, it is not my fucking words. That is not the fucking Al Jazeera. Over 30 days or something before that, the President of the United States himself stayed in front of the Congress and said over 30,000, and that was even more than a month before. That's number one.
No, he didn't say civilians. He did not say civilians, Egyptian.
Hold on, please.
Egyptian, he didn't say civilians. He didn't say civilians. No, but I will not let you get. I'm sorry, Egyptian. I will listen to you. I will listen to you as much as you want, but you need to answer my question. Okay? When you call them 40,000 civilians.
Because you keep interrupting.
So answer my question. I'm sorry. Are you interrupting me?
You need to understand
what you're not
saying, Egyptian. You're saying 40,000 civilians. Daniel is telling you that even if it's 30,000 dead, that doesn't mean that it's 30,000 civilians. So a lot of those people have been Hamas people. So he's asking you to provide a link where anybody is reporting on 40,000 civilians.
I will provide you with links, but let me finish, please, my point of view.
So do it.
I will. I don't think that the President of the United States depended on the numbers that are coming from Al Jazeera. Or the numbers that are coming from the Palestinians.
40,000 dead or 30,000 dead, but he did not say 30,000 civilians.
Egyptian, but you're missing the nuance. It's really important. And it's explaining to you. No, but Issa explained it to you. You are equating civilians and militants, and I think it's a crime what you're doing to the civilians in Gaza. If you think that every
chance to continue, I will answer you.
But talk about civilians, not 40,000. And Biden, numbers of what? Numbers of what?
Number of casualties, and the number of the casualties. One of the spokesmen.
Okay, do you understand that the point that me and Issa were talking to you was about? Egyptian. No, it's important. It's important that you will understand because I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or not. The emphasis that I gave, hold on 1 second. The emphasis that I gave, and then Issa also explained to you very slowly that my emphasis here is on the word that you use is civilians. And then you're talking about Biden calling them casualties. There's a difference. I'm not saying that 40 or 30,000 people
casualties. If you just give me the chance to finish, I will answer you and give you the whole point. Just please don't interrupt me.
Let's talk and let's not yell because it's driving me nuts and I'm a Latina. Latina, I should be used to this, but I'm not. So let's not yell. Egyptian, go ahead, finish your point. But try to land your plane, dude. Don't go for
Thank you. I apologize for raising my voice. You are good people to like talk to you. Sorry, Daniel. Sorry, Ethan. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to be calm. One spokesman of Israel was with a British interviewer. His show is in the internet. I don't remember his name, but I will check his name. He already mentioned that the numbers of the people who died from Hamas are over about 12,000. First, yes, his name is First. Ask him, then what are the numbers of the casualties? If you are really accurate about the number of Hamas, then you, of course, you know the number of the civilians, and he refused to answer. So Israel knows the numbers of the casualties, civilians, innocent people who died. That's the proof to you, Daniel, that Israeli side knows. At the same time, they have the access.
So you went to 20 to 40 in one sentence. You went from 20,000 to 40,000. The guy said 20,000, you said 40,000.
14,000 of Hamas.
You're not talking about one specific person. I can answer, but that was not our discussion. Our discussion was, you said that there were 40,000 civilians dead. You listen, just take it back, Egyptian. It would be the easiest for you.
I'm trying to tell you that Israel knows the number and it hides it.
That is not the point. Israel it does not know the number. That is your assumption that Israel knows the number, okay? We know the number of the people that we killed. We don't know the number of people that died. Now, the point again, Egyptian, is you saying 40,000 civilians, okay? That is the point that both me and Issa stopped you. And now you're talking about IDF. You said 40,000 civilians. You can just take it back. Hold on. Can you take it back or do you? It doesn't matter. I'm asking you. Do you want to take? Do you want to take it back? Do you want to take it back, or do you still insist that 40,000?
I will still insist.
Do you believe that no militants? You believe that no militant died in Gaza in the last 10 months?
Of course there are.
All of them are civilians. That all casualties are civilians.
Of course there are, but how many are the Hamasis? Based on your
No,
report.
I'm asking you.
Based on your report.
If you said 40.
I'm not a troll, Miss Holly, but it's nice meeting
Did you just do that? Did you just do that with white people? I mean. Chiva's in trouble. Watch out, Chiva.
No, I'm not. Your runes don't scare me, Ruin.
Chiva, you're scaring me. I'm actually curious, Corey, what's in that graph? Corey? Approval rating. Oh, wow. Check it out. Yeah.
I think girls with short hair is like awesome.
If you have short hair, Western blonde.
I think girls with short hair is like awesome. If you fuck with the wrong people, you dead. Like, they don't give a fuck.
I've never understood that. They'd be like, I want to go down there, like, so they can get involved in.
Nah, that shit do be hilarious though. Motherfucker get that. I want to go to Chicago. That's crazy.
I've been to Chicago with my friend from there, and she had moved to Texas, so I travel back and forth with her every now and then. It's not as bad as people make it, but
Where y'all be at?
no,
Okay.
it's her hood, so people really don't fuck with her, because some people really from out there.
Talks now between Fatah and Hamas in China, right? Like 2 weeks ago. One of the things that Fatah says that they want to have this agreement with Hamas is because they said since the war began, Hamas has been targeting and killing Fatah members in Gaza. All those people that are dying, I don't know if you count them as civilians, uncivilians, but they are not related to the IDF. So the IDF cannot know, and even for the Hamas members, it was an estimate between 12 to 15,000. So when we are targeting, we still have an estimate. We don't know. We can estimate how many civilians are dead. We don't know, okay? And there's no proof that you have that we know. You just have an assumption. You believe so. And you are entitled to have your own belief. I'm talking about things that you can prove.
Daniel, one drop of blood of a civilian, innocent, kids and women and all these people are worse enough to be angry about.
Okay.
Okay? And forget, fears themselves. Ask this spokesman.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If you really know the numbers of people you killed of Hamas, then why?
We have an estimate. It was an estimate. It was an estimate.
He didn't say
An estimate.
he refused to say
Right,
that.
exactly. Because we don't monitor that.
Don't
That is not,
convince me
listen.
that the IDF, no, you listen please. Don't convince me that the IDF is fucking that accurate of killing these Hamas members, and there are
But
so
it's
many
not.
fucking reports
Egyptians,
about
get a
children,
drink.
about
You need to
women.
relax. Egyptian, you're having a conversation with yourself and you're not listening to anything that I'm saying. What I said, and you can listen, it was an estimate. And what they said, between 12 and 15,000, it's not an exact number. It's the exact opposite of an exact number. When you say an estimate between 12 and 15,000. Dude, be honest. I'm not sure what happens to you today, but A, you're not listening. B, you're repeating the same things and you're not listening for anything that you're being told. Go and listen again to the same interview and you will hear it for yourself. It wasn't presented as an exact number, and no, we don't have a number. This is what you were told by the idea. I'm telling you also, you want to believe that we have? Great, you can believe it, but I cannot argue with what you believe.
Forget about believing or not. I'm trying to be logic, but at the same time, out of this logic, if this spokesman could really give the exact number of the Hamas...
He did not give the exact number, Egyptian. I'm very frustrated with you. Let me tell you, when I tell you that an estimate between 12 and 15...
I will give
Okay, so when I tell you that between 12 and 15,000, approximately, Hamas militant died, do you consider this an exact number, between 12 to 15,000?
Well, the same perspective. If he really...
Just answer yes or no. Just answer yes or no. Do you consider the range an exact number or no? I just want to understand you. I just want to understand you.
My point is...
Wow, my God, can you just answer? I'm trying to really understand you.
I'm trying.
Is when I say you that I estimate between 12, fixing the car, okay, will cost you between $12,000 to $15,000. Did you get an exact estimate, or did you get like a ballpark assessment?
Not the exact number. Yes, I follow.
Thank you. Wow, that was really hard to get to this point. So the IDF did not give an exact number. The IDF gave an estimate. Okay, that is the point.
Why didn't it give the estimated number of the civilians?
Can we move on from the
That's my
number?
point.
This is
If you
becoming
could
very
really give the estimated numbers of
Everybody
the
is
Hamas
very
members,
patient.
then you could really give the estimated numbers of the civilians. Why didn't
No,
you
we
give
don't.
the same number?
Because we are not targeting civilians, and we are not counting civilians, we are targeting terrorists. And when a soldier is being shot at, and then he hits a target, he reports, I hit the target. We don't do it with civilians.
One of the most professional armies cannot really know the numbers of the network of
You know what? Give me a number from any war about civilian casualties. War that already ended, and give me an exact number. Good luck.
Not the exact number, but I'm talking about a huge number. After all, they are huge numbers.
Daniel, hold on. It's very frustrating. We've been talking about numbers for the last half an hour. People in the room I bet that they're getting exhausted because we're not going to get out of this room. We are not getting out of this room knowing an exact number. You don't have the numbers, Egyptian. Daniel doesn't have the numbers. God doesn't have the numbers. So let's focus on making to progress the conversation. We're talking about Hamas, and then the two of you, this is very autistic. So let's just please move on. We're talking about Hamas. You were telling us that Hamas has the right to be in the government of Gaza, and that, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not saying that you said these exact words, and that Israel basically should give them a chance to have a two-state solution, even if they are the ones in government. Because they are the ones that, but that's what we're talking about. So,
maybe you misunderstood. It is not what I mean at all. Hamas is not really a good side or a good party to have peace process with Israel, and I don't think that the current government of Israel are the same or have the condition of having peace with the Palestinians. Okay, maybe you misunderstood. My point and my aim and my hope is that the end of this conflict and the end of this conflict will happen with two-state solution. That's it.
and everybody agrees with you on the two-state
Well,
solution.
when you say
Just that it's
solution,
not possible right
Maybe
now.
Harry was laughing as a horn, so would you please tell us your point of view?
Let's do the following. Let's hear other voices.
9 times in history, and they denied it every single time. So that's not going to
Correct.
happen again.
Okay, you have just come, and I don't think that I will repeat my once again.
You can stay on top of your pyramid and dream about it all day long, but that shit's never going to happen again, especially after October 2nd.
Thanks for the advice, which I don't really need. Thank you.
Yeah, right. We ain't giving you fucking animal shit. You guys can stay in this little shit.
Or maybe I can come and talk to your mom. That's a
Oh
good
my God,
question.
here we go into another retarded
That's
conversation.
good. Okay, I will come and talk to you.
Damn nigger.
Blah, 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 blah.
Nobody needs to fuck anybody's mom here.
I do.
It doesn't matter who is in your room for the past 3 hours. Somebody
Esau.
had to show their ass.
Esau, God knows everything. Don't say God don't know the number.
Oh,
God
yeah,
knows.
that's a good point, yeah.
Come
How
on,
do you
Esau.
know, Leroy?
Because God
God
brings
is all-knowing.
when they go, they're gonna go to God.
I'm
God
sure
knows.
he's
Okay,
confused as well.
Isa just concede to this, otherwise we'll get stuck on this
Okay,
topic.
yeah, whatever.
Don't be disrespectful
Okay,
to God.
my God knows. Okay, my God knows, Allah doesn't. How about that?
Allah does. Allah is the one and only God.
Hold on.
That's disrespectful, Esau.
Leroy, when he gave us free will, he gave us the ability to be disrespectful.
God
That's
knows
right.
all
Thank you,
things.
Yaakov. That's very
Okay.
Christian of you.
Hello, Yaakov. Welcome.
God knows
Good
everything.
morning, Egyptian. Honestly, with free will comes consequences, so...
God knows how many free will killings you're doing too. Doesn't God know that?
Yes, I mean, we do not live in a world of Leroy.
Do you know
We don't live in a world of determinism. We live in a world of free will.
But Esau said God doesn't know how many is dead. She's wrong.
Okay, we got past
there's a time for war?
Yeah. Okay, I concede.
I will talk to Isa later. I will school her later.
I am going to have you second. It's been a while.
That was long.
Yeah, let's move on. This is why I didn't want to touch this. This is why Isa said you guys are right, she's wrong.
all relationships.
I'm a woman. You gotta give me some.
I had the same thought when she said it, and I realized it was a figure of speech, and we can move on.
Yes, exactly.
It's okay. I'm wrong. I'm a woman. It's fine.
I respect you for being wrong.
The autism.
And Isa, just so you know, I was also once wrong, so I know the feeling.
When was that? When you thought that you were wrong?
I know, I assume it happened once, like at least.
Anyway, so how about we go back to the title of the topic? To the topic of the room. So Hania left the chat. He's gone, dude. Like, it's not coming back. So what do you think happens next?
It was 2 in 1 day, though. Let's be...
Yeah, I know. Yesterday, Hezbollah. Today, Hamas. What's gonna be tomorrow, Daniel? Do you have any news from the
Wait,
IDF?
wasn't it
What's
like
gonna be tomorrow?
Daniel,
Is
wasn't
it
it the
gonna
same
be
day?
Trudeau?
It was, well, no, it was maybe American time, it was. like US time.
Oh, yeah.
Because one was announced 2 a.m. Israel time, and one was
It's 14 hours now.
On our press time,
But
it
Daniel-
comes on the same day.
Daniel, Israel still not claimed responsibility for Aniyah, right?
No, we took responsibility for the one in Lebanon.
Responsibility for that.
No. Don't count Iran.
It could have been
Okay.
Iranian faction fighting, Daniel.
It could be Iranian faction,
Yes.
it could be Hamas, it could be almost
Exactly.
anything. No one took responsibility.
She's just dead.
The guy was worth $4 million.
Can we agree that Israel, if they wanted to, right, that they have the power right now to bring all of their military soldiers home and just take several bombs, just blow everything off the map. They have the military might and the power to knock everything out in one day. Can we agree on that?
But
Do they have that kind of power?
and kill 2 million civilians? Sure.
Yeah.
That would be really stupid.
That is,
Whoa.
it's an option, though.
They can do it, right?
Yeah.
They can.
Yeah, they can do it. I mean,
They have, okay,
Larry.
wait.
Why am I calling you Larry?
So,
No,
that's
you're
all
right.
right.
You have the power to call.
No, I'm making a point. They have the power and the strength more so than the Hamas to do what you're claiming Hamas wants to do. Hamas don't have the power to do that, correct?
The power to do what?
But with power
Hold
comes
on, Jacob.
restraint.
They
Hold
don't
on.
have the power to wipe out Israel, correct?
Okay, so yes.
Yes or no?
So yes.
Who?
So
Hamas?
Leroy, you have the power even to come to me and kill me. You have the power to do that. You can do that. But hold on, Leroy, just listen, dude. It's just not that difficult. Listen, you're a man. You can listen. So you have the power to come and kill me, but you choose not to. Why? Because restraint makes you a virtuous person, and because you can't find other ways to resolve things. In the same way, Israel, even if they have
the executive wages are extreme. There's also stock options, there's also offshore accounts. Yes, executives, they have a part to play, but when you're making multi-million dollars off of an acquisition in business, okay, yes, you did do some hard work. Yes, you have a good education. Yes,
Thank God. It's so nice not to hear Heronstone rambling away with his broken monkey brain.
Conserve 1800s America, 1700s America, right? Like, I don't know. Those people are all they've all absolved themselves of all responsibility on one side and wanted unlimited.
I have to give you an example. Let's say this ruling.
Can't hear you.
You're breaking up. So you have to give an example. First Khalifa, let's say, has said something about the religion that cannot be solved with another contradicting statement by another guy. So now the people, so the people now, because it's
So, you are right, both of them. Both of them. Both of them are important.
He's next. It's not one
Yes.
or the other. He's coming.
We didn't forget about him, don't worry.
He's coming. But you can't steal $4 billion from the national community and move the debt away with it. So, I knew I had it coming. Leroy, you're missing me entirely. If I walk into your house and hold a gun to your head, and try and threaten to take your children hostage, and then you get all your friends to come at me, I don't get to say, well, I'm just a little guy. Now all violence is on you. If I start shooting at you, and you put like 60,000 bullets in me from every angle, then you don't start making this analysis. Your entire premise is ridiculous and irrelevant to the conversation.
Okay.
Who has the bigger gun?
Okay, so now I was successful, right? I did the crime. So now you've already punished me to the degree of my
But let's not talk about punishment.
But
let's talk about punishment. We have objectives to this war, which is the hostages.
We're not
speaking about hostages.
So you're still wait a minute, he admitted that.
Leroy, we're not going to go on a diatribe with you dominating. You're going to stay on topic. We're not talking about punishment. We're talking about neutralizing the situation. Has the situation been neutralized and is it now safe? That's the only question.
The situation is not neutralized, and is it safe? That's depending on you guys, because you have more power to make it so.
Okay, that's a stupid assertion.
Hold on, Leroy. To help you understand Myers' question. Hold on, to help you understand Myers' question. It's not like Israel is fighting just for the sake of fighting and punishing. That's not the point. There is an objective with this retaliation, and that has to do with hostages, and that has to do with neutralizing Hamas. Now, go ahead and answer Myers' question. It's not about punishment.
All right. I'll use a different word. If you are the bigger guy, the stronger one with more intelligence and more power, military power.
Not more intelligence, more moral.
They don't stand a chance. They never stood a chance. They can't win it anyway. They're never going to defeat Israel.
Do they
it's not
stand
possible.
a chance with Iran on their side?
Well, they're not. Wait, let's go.
Do they stand a chance with Iran on their side?
Hamas does not have the power to.
Does Iran?
Does Iran? Hamas that doesn't have the power.
We should be nice to them. We should be nice to them because they don't have the power. I don't give a shit what they have the power to do. I mean, this.
Leroy, I've got a question. Leroy, I've got to ask you a question.
You have all the power.
Do they have more power together? You're really small, almost autistic. Think about the larger picture, which I've described to you. Israel is being attacked on the daily, and I get it. Again, Americans aren't paying attention, so they talk out their ass. But Israel is being attacked daily. Did you know that? Daily.
And Israel.
Did you know that?
Listen.
Did you know that Israel is being attacked daily?
Okay, you're telling me that.
Yes or no?
But listen.
This is a yes or no.
Jesus fucking Christ. Leroy, it's a simple question. Just give it a yes or a no.
No,
so
I
we
don't.
move on.
I don't know that, but I know.
Okay.
Therein lies the problem.
But what I do know,
you don't know.
Yeah, but I know this.
But.
You guys are much more.
Iran.
You guys are much more.
They are willing to support Hamas. You are dealing with not just Hamas. I know you're not that dumb.
You're much more stronger anyway, right?
You can't keep repeating yourself and think you're saying something intelligent. That's irrelevant. So
but
I'm going to ask you a quick question.
Yeah, I'm going to give you 1 second. Leroy, I have a new strategy for Israel. They should destroy all their weapons except for enough to kill all of Gaza. Then they would be the stronger guy. They kill all of Gaza and they won the war. This is such a stupid argument.
What did you say?
So Leroy, yeah, okay, I've got a question for you. Okay, Leroy, I've got a question for you. It's really simple. Leroy, you focusing? Okay. Different question for you. Let's say, for whatever reason, you go to the doctor, you get a checkup, and he finds that you've got cancer. Okay, God forbid. All right.
God forbid.
Now, okay. Now, would you be satisfied? Would you be satisfied at all with the doctor or the surgeon just saying, "Hey, look, I can get a little bit out," or would you want to have it removed completely?
I would want to have it removed completely. Now.
Oh, okay, cool. Now, that's a great answer. Now, guess how Israel feels. Guess how Palestinians in Gaza feel as well. Hamas is a fucking cancer. Okay, you don't seem to get it. We're talking about. We're not talking about. No, hang on. I'll tell you what. No. I'll get you to wait for a second because you're not getting the picture. They are a fucking cancer. They're cancer to Israel. They're cancer to people living in Gaza as well. They're bloodsuckers. They are there to kill. That is part of their charter. They want to kill Jews all around the world. They want to destroy and annihilate Israel. They are not after a two-state solution. Okay, they've made that really clear. After October the 7th, they said they're going to do it again and again and again. So every single one of this piece of cancer needs to be removed one way or another. Period.
I want the best doctor to do the job one time and over quickly because why? I don't want I don't want a long-term.
Hey, Leroy, get used to this. Okay, hang on.
No,
have you heard of radiation therapy?
Let's not talk about cancer. It's ridiculous.
No, he's not getting it any other way.
He's not going to get it, but he brings up a good point. The doctor tells you there's two options. You can do a surgery and then cut out a whole bunch of good tissue like half your body. Or they can slowly give chemo. It's going to take about 2 years, but it'll be a much more targeted hit. Now, don't answer because you're an idiot, but we know exactly what you would say. So Israel could go into Gaza and knock out Hamas in 3 days and just kill a whole lot of civilians. They're trying not to kill civilians. And it's going.
But he's also making the point of like, oh, because the other guy is little. I mean, like, I bet you whatever you want. I mean, I don't know if Leroy is a big guy or a small guy, but if he's at a club at night, I don't know, with his girl, dancing, whatever, and then all of a sudden, a little guy, 5'3", like Prince, or 5'2", he comes to him and he smashes him the balls, and it's like, what do you expect him? What? No, Leroy, hold on. What would you do? Would you forgive him because he's a short guy, and then will you be okay with it, or will you kick his balls back and probably punch him until he's on the floor, and he doesn't dare to do that to you again?
I'm gonna whoop his ass, whooping it because he can't fight back. It's over. I'm responsible.
Once the situation is neutralized.
Hold on, if he took your wallet, if the small guy took your wallet, okay? He took your wallet, so you hit him, but he still has your wallet. Will you stop, or will you get your wallet back?
I'm going to take my wallet back, kick his ass.
Exactly.
But I know I'm strong enough to kill him, and I don't have to do it.
Okay, so Leroy, but
that's exactly what's going on.
I didn't go that far because I'm powerful.
Leroy, but you're gonna make sure that he doesn't have any access to your balls anymore, right?
Well, I'm going home with my balls if you don't mind.
Correct, but you're gonna make sure he doesn't have access to your balls anymore to kick them again, right?
Okay, that's right.
Okay, good. Then we're on the same side. I'm glad that we all like what Israel is doing.
No, we're not. Because I could kill him, but because I can, I don't have to kill him to stop him from doing it again.
All right,
I have
say
the
that
responsibility of humanity.
Leroy, let's add another thing to this. The little guy has also a gun.
Oh my God! You're gonna add more? Give him a tank rifle.
There you go. Yeah, because that little guy is little, but he's fucking dangerous to you. And it's the same thing with Gaza, dude, with Hamas. It's the same thing.
This little guy got one little gun. I got like 1,000 guns. He can't do anything.
One little gun.
One bullet.
It doesn't matter.
One bullet can take you out. Exactly.
One small bullet. It doesn't matter if it came from a machine gun or from a hand pistol.
This whole
But I think
conversation.
He just needs to
I think
just
we're still moving away from the conversation about
You're right.
people.
You're right, Leroy. We moved away from the conversation. The
You're more
conversation was.
responsible. You have more responsibility to the war crime than the other side.
Correct. Okay, perfect. But you admitted that you have to neutralize the situation. Israel is slowly, meticulously, and carefully neutralized the situation. It has not been neutralized yet. Hamas still has weapons already. When they are neutralized, the war will be over. Not every Palestinian will be dead. So we're on the same page.
You have more responsibility for how you conduct yourself.
And Israel is conducting the war with a code of conduct that we have never seen before. So it's going exactly the way you expect it. Slowly, meticulously, trying to surgically remove the can.
I am so happy to see when people actually agree with us and they actually manage to see our point. It's just beautiful. Thank you so much, Leroy. It's been a pleasure.
Leroy.
Can I say something real quick? How is Israel protecting themselves properly when we're having stories about them raping people?
Jesus, well, stories. This is the problem with stories. You know, I can tell you many stories. Like, tell me what is the topic.
Matter of fact, Israel has jailed these people, and you have groups of Jewish for right now that's trying to.
Good. I just answered to try to
Hold on. You are in luck today, Ahava. You are in luck today. You have someone from the IDF that is going to respond directly to your question. Go ahead, Daniel.
Great.
No, first of all, there was what you're talking about raping. It's a story that we, Israel, published. Okay, it's not something that you exposed. It's an investigation the IDF is conducting internally, and I think we should all applaud the IDF for doing this. And that was yesterday. And the person that we are talking about is a Nukhba terrorist. I don't know if you know what is a Nukhba, but you can look what it up. Is part of the Nukhba, and he made a complaint. Okay, he was sent to the medical, to a doctor in Israel, and he made a complaint about this rectal insertion. This complaint, even though it was done by a fucking barbaric terrorist, has been investigated by the IDF, and yesterday they went into Sdeteman to arrest 9 people for questioning. Okay, one of them was already released, 8 are still in custody.
Right.
What we have right now is that, and again, I suggest that we all wait until the investigation is over, but what I understand now is that the reason that he had like a rectal injury is because he smuggled a phone into the prison. So we need to wait and see what is actually happening. And regarding what you were talking about, the demonstration, so you can paint it any way you want, but if you want to understand what is really going on, I will try to. No. You are the third person to bring this. You are the third person to bring it, and I don't think that you have the context. Okay. I don't think it's necessarily a problem. What?
I have the context.
No, I'm not sure that you do, and that is okay. I will give it to you.
Okay. Well, hold on, Daniel. What about the Hannibal directive? Like, how is Israel?
So you don't care? Okay, so let's move on from this speaker because he doesn't really care. The fact that you just moved from a Palestinian, the fact that you just moved in the middle of our going, like understanding details, and you don't really care for the details because you understood that your point is probably pointless, and you just want to move the goalposts to, you know what about the West Bank? What about the settlements? Hey, what about the Balfour Declaration? Hey, what about Menachem Begin? Listen, this topic is very nuanced, and you need to go deep. And if you don't have the attention span, then don't come up this stage.
I love when
Okay, so let's stay. So you want to stay in the topic that you started, or you want to move to another goal?
No, let's talk about China now.
Hold on, let me just say this, okay? Because we know that the Israelis spend.
We know what? Who knows?
Well, you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing, and you just proved it in like the 2 minutes that you spoke. And the thing is, when I try to educate you, you don't really care.
Ahava, listen. What you just did right now, Ahava, what you're just doing right now, and this is the way I'm gonna tell you the way that you're coming across. You're asking a question to Daniel. He is taking the time to explain it to you, and because it didn't work with him, you want to go to the next one. Hold on. You're going to the next question. So hold on. So what this is telling us is that you're coming to this room not to engage in an honest conversation. but just trying to do gotcha questions that when you don't get the answer you want to jump to the next one. So I'm asking you, are you going to engage?
We were talking about the Palestinian.
Are you going
You were talking
to
about the
engage?
rape.
Are you going to engage honestly?
I read books.
Without your CEO, and you're gonna stop at a truck stop.
You talking about for a semi,
Welcome to book club. Welcome to the Clubhouse Book Club. Very peaceful here. Oh, hi, it's Joy. Welcome, Joy. Excuse me, Joy. Hello, Joy.
Say it again.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I see that I was added to the group.
Do you like books?
I do like books, yeah.
What are your favorite books?
All my favourite books are history, religion, and let's say cultural, yeah, books of truth.
Well, I'm gonna read from a poetry book by Charles Baudelaire. Are you from France or are you American?
I'm British.
You're what?
British.
Oh, British. That must be exhausting. I'm so sorry for you. You're so bad! I feel so bad for you.
Why is that?
Because you live in a colonial settler society. You live in a racist country.
Yeah, well, yes and no. You know, you have those individuals that live in those, races and poor, and then you have individuals like me that believe in unity.
Have you ever had a sty in your eye?
Yeah, but I can't say that because I've got to go, so I just have to see what the club's about.
Oh, you're on a schedule?
Yes, I'm about to go shopping.
Shopping?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoy this poem, Joy. I hope it brings you more joy.
Okay.
This is called The Sadness of the Moon. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught in light. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times wrecked in her laggard deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. This has been the first Clubhouse Book Club. I hope you enjoyed it. Please join the book club. This is Books.
And respect you give.
No, Egyptian, just need to understand where we're coming from. Egyptian, just letting people just speak. Hold on, let me just finish. Hold on, let me just finish what I said to Egyptian, please. Letting people speak is great, okay? But we try also to stay on one topic and not move the goalposts from one answer to another, so people can actually educate themselves. There's a lot of nuances going on to this conflict, and people need to understand the context. And if someone brings a topic that is important for him, I think it's important for all of us to talk about this and find out what the facts are before we move on to the next topic. Because if he moves to the next topic, I don't know even what he concluded from this rape accusation that he brought, and if he will bring it again tomorrow. So I want to finish one topic before we move to the next topic.
I mean, he left, but do you want to finish that topic?
No, Ahava is there.
So let me just.
Ahava is there.
Okay.
And the only thing Ahava,
Oh my
listen,
goodness.
let me
Let
ask a question.
Let me just say this real quick.
Una cosa, por favor, quería decir una cosa.
Adele, your Hamas leader is dead. Isn't that exciting, Adele?
Can I respond to kind of real quick?
Please.
Yeah, Fadi, hold on, Fadi. Yeah, go ahead, Alpha.
All right, thank you. So when Daniel said that, the reason why, or it could be the reason why he had the issue with his bottom right is because he brought in the phone. Okay, that's the story that he's trying to bring out. And so he did say we're going to have to wait and see. Okay, and so I brought that story out because one of the persons said on here that the IDF has been conducting themselves properly. Okay, and I just use a little bit more a different statement than that. And I brought that situation out. And so Daniel brought out what he brought out, and he said that we're going to have to wait, and I'm fine with that. Let the evidence come out, and we'll deal with it then. Okay, so therefore, I don't think we need to go back and forth and talk about that because
Release my doctor.
Explanation on
I need my doctor.
What I heard was happening and what's going on in Israel and how the IDF is handling that situation, like Daniel brought out. So at this point, I don't see a need. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so if that's the point, you have to make that transition. Say, okay, if we're gonna sit and wait, then let's wait and move on to the new topic.
Hold on.
We let you speak. We let you speak.
You didn't let me land my plane.
We let you speak.
I agree.
Ahava, this is not the Ahava show, okay?
Plane is at the terminal. Wait,
Go ahead, Meyer.
Wait, it's worse than that also, because that wasn't the beat point. The point here was, I was the one that said the IDF is conducting themselves properly. That doesn't mean there will not be a soldier that needs discipline. What that means, the IDF and the apparatus is conducting itself properly. Now, if something went wrong, let's just pick the worst. Let's just say something went wrong. The allegation was brought by a murderous terrorist. It was taken seriously because it's irrelevant. It was Jews that are complaining about it. It's IDF soldiers that are complaining about it. And if this is going on a base and nothing is done, Daniel can talk for himself. He'd be one of the people demonstrating that this should be rectified. That means that the IDF as an apparatus is conducting itself properly. I never said that every soldier will never do anything wrong, even something really wrong. So you missed the entirety of the point. That's what's going on.
Okay, Gary. So then this is why I brought up the Hannibal directive to also show how this IDF war machine, right, is also in justice to its own people. You guys don't care about that?
So wait, no, we'll do one thing at a time, Abba. No. So you're admitting, we're doing transition right. You're admitting that what's going on. No, Abba, we're gonna go one step at a time. You're admitting, I will give you all the time you need, I promise you. I won't start working till you're done. Now, you're admitting that what's going on here is being done correctly, and you're jumping to a new topic that you think is not being done correctly.
No, I did not admit that.
Okay, so then we're not done with this. So the idea is doing their own.
What it is here is that I have my position, right? And just like Daniel, I agree. We're going to see. Now, as far as
no, that's not the position, man. That's not the position.
Here. Hold on.
That's not the position.
Hold on. IDF investigating this situation is a very good thing. But they're going in the right direction. Okay, I agree with that. But we're dealing with the conduct of the soldiers, right? And I agree with you. Not every soldier, right, is going to conduct themselves in this way, okay? And so we already have more than one soldier now that's been accused of this, but we're not going to go down that road, okay?
No one was accused yet. No one was accused.
Stop it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't get triggered. We're having a conversation. You said something. I will do whatever I want. If you say something, please back it up. Can you show me what other soldiers were? Can you show me what other soldiers were accused of this?
Hey, James, that's the way you does that.
When we need another mod, we will let you know. Right now, we have we have 6 in the room, and you're not one of them. So you're going to either follow, or you're going to just shut up and let us see. But we're not going to be doing this. This is not the Ahava show. We're having your
you can have your own opinion. That is fine, but when you say something that other IDF soldiers have been accused of this, I would like to stop you and ask you, what are you talking about? And if you can share, hold on, let me finish. Hold on. I want you to show us, maybe I'm not educated enough and I didn't hear about it, but you are coming here on stage and saying that IDF soldiers have been accused of rape in Gaza, and I would like you to show me, what are you talking about? Or you can say that you're just imagining stuff, which is fine. But if you're talking about facts, and this is the type of room, please show us what you're talking about. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just want to educate myself.
Oh, okay, so hear me out. So I'm at work, and then when I have my information, I'll read the courses and I'll drop the links for you, okay? I'll do that for you. This is why I said I will come back and talk to you guys, because I am currently at work. But since you guys wouldn't allow my name to rest when I left, that's why I had to speak up for myself, and I'm still dealing with you guys, okay? So I will chop those links in the room for you, right? But once again, hold on. Once again, so you see what's going on with the situation with Daniel we're talking about, okay? And I agree with Daniel, all right? Let's just see then, okay, what comes out. I understand how the media spin things, and we're hearing stories about he tried to, bring in a phone through his rectum. Okay, whatever. We'll see. I know for a person who's Muslim, right, and to have that religious faith that they have, I don't think they're going to speak anything of their rectum. That's just me, okay? And just like I'm going to say that. So then, when you sit there and say that, well, it's just one soldier, okay, well then what did you do when we do Hannibal directed, and we see that the IDF is killing their own people? You guys think that is okay?
Okay, so Hannibal directive is about.
And Jacob, don't go to that. I don't want to. Please don't. But Jacob, hold on. But the fact that you're addressing it is enough because.
I'm not saying that's not what it's about. We need to move on.
No, hold on.
We're not talking about it.
Why you don't want to talk about it?
Because we didn't finish the first topic.
Daniel, how about you spoke? Now Daniel's going to talk. How about you spoke? How about you spoke? How about you spoke? Now Daniel, respond. You'll get a chance.
I just want to, before we move to the Hannibal directive, and maybe before you do the switch, maybe you can.
I have a family that's fighting for that idea. So
no, great, me too. But before we move to the Hannibal directive, we will finish one thing, and then if you want to.
Disgusting garbage. Okay, welcome to Charles Baudelaire. This is Poetry and Poems. I hope you enjoy. I'm going to be creating a couple shorts. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight.
A list of targets. That's not how it works. It's not like Israel decided, hey, you know what, we're going to go after this guy. No.
No, I'm talking about Lebanon. You're talking about Lebanon, Marvin.
I'm talking about both. I'm talking about both.
Yeah, but Tehran was not a reaction to Majid Sams. The Lebanon was.
They have assets all over the place.
Well, again, right? What I'm saying is that in both cases, there was an individual, a human asset that was targeted. Right? The only way that you're allowed, I'm talking about these rules of thumb, to target human assets is to have human eyes on.
Exactly. That was my point.
Right? So, to say that it's either, there were assets already watching these individuals because they're high value targets, they're HVTs. Those assets, I think, may or may not have been Israeli. They could have been a variety of assets, right? Again, we go back to the intelligence sharing aspect.
Yeah, agreed.
Because of the timing, because of the window from when the event occurred to when the asset was taken out.
Right.
So Marvin, there's allegations now that the bodyguards were feeding information to Israel. Not necessarily the Revolutionary Guard, but it was a traitor.
Well, one of them.
Any validity to that at all?
One of them were killed, and I think part of the message is that exactly what Marvin said, that we have not only the capability, but we have people already. Sometimes maybe we already have the weapons already on we can operate and in a stealth mode, and you would not know about it, which is part of it. We already have eyes on you. It's part of the message that was sent yesterday.
To Nasrallah in particular, we know we could do the same thing. I would not be very calm if I was him.
Right. And so all I'm saying is that in this veil of mystery, of secrecy when it comes to an entire cycle, again, we need to highlight the timing, right? The timing is astronomically orchestrated. This is a piece of art, okay? And pieces of art don't happen always intentionally, right? They're haphazardly orchestrated in hope for the best outcome. So this is like a Beethoven symphony.
So let's put politics into this for a moment.
Sure.
Do you think, let's say this happened exactly, and I buy everything. There's two possibilities. Israel did it on its own, or they did it in combination with the U.S.
one of those two or a combination of those two. Let's say now, over the next couple of days, it comes out that the United States helped. Isn't that the last thing that people in power want to get elected would want to have seen? Because it would show...
That's interesting. And my argument to your positioning of this is that it's not that the U.S. might have helped. The U.S. did help.
Correct, but is that something that politically someone would want to show?
So Jaco, let's talk about. So I think what I'm saying is this. That's a good question. Okay, so what I'm saying is.
I don't know the answer. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, I'm going to answer it. I'm going to say my opinion, which is there is no need to overtly state that. The message is crystal clear. It is empirical.
The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire.
Because I can, I'm grown.
To what the others have said.
Yeah, Mom, what did you say?
Edmundo Gonzalez has said, quote, we won, we have the evidence, and now we are going to collect and celebrate.
Disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power. That is a ring on the door. Keep knocking. And the joy inside will eventually open a window and look out to see who's there. Water from your spring. What was in that candle's light? It opened and consumed me so quickly. Come back, my friend. The form of our love is not a created form. Nothing can help me but that beauty. That there was a dawn, I remember. When my soul heard something from your soul, I drank water from your spring and felt the currents take me. The Lord of Beauty enters the soul as a man walks into an orchard in spring. Come into me that way again, like the lamp in the eye of Joseph. Cure Jacob's sadness. Though you never left, come and sit down here and ask why are you so confused? Like a fresh idea in an artist's mind, you fashion things before they come into being. You sweep the floor like the man who keeps the doorway. When you brush a form clean, it becomes what it truly is. You guard your silence perfectly like a water bag that doesn't leak. You live where Shams lives, because your hot donkey was strong enough to take you there. Each note. Advice doesn't help lovers. They're not the kind of mountain stream you can build a dam across. An intellectual doesn't know what the drunk is feeling. Don't try to forgive what those lost inside love will do next. Someone in charge would give up all his power if he caught one whiff of the wine musk from the room where the lovers are doing who knows what. One of them tries to dig a hole through a mountain. One flees from academic honors. One laughs at famous mustaches. Life freezes if it doesn't get a taste of this almond cake. The stars come up spinning every night, bewildered in love. They grow tired with it revolving. If they weren't, they'd say, how long do we have to do this? God picks up the reed flute world and blows. Each note is a need coming through one of us, a passion, a longing, pain. Remember the lips where the wind breath originated, and let your note be clear. Don't try to end it, be your note. I'll show you how it's enough. Go up on the roof at night in this city of the soul. Let everyone climb on the roofs and sing their notes. Sing loud! Granite and wine glass. You are granite. I am an empty wine glass. You know what happens when we touch? You laugh like the sun coming up laughs at a star that disappears into it. Love opens my chest and thought returns to its confines. Patience and rational considerations leave. Only passion stays, whimpering and feverish. Some men fall down in the road like dregs thrown out. Then, totally reckless, the next morning, they gallop out in purposes. Love is the reality. Poetry is the drum that calls us to that. Don't keep complaining about loneliness. Let the fair language of that theme crack open and float away. Let the priest come down from his tower and not go back. Buoyancy. Love has taken away my practices and filled me with poetry. I tried to keep quietly repeating your strength but yours, but I couldn't. I had to clap and sing. I used to be respectable and chaste and stable, but who can stand in this strong wind and remember those things? A mountain keeps an echo deep inside itself. That's how I hold your voice. I am scrap wood thrown in your fire and quickly reduced to smoke. I saw you and became empty. This emptiness more beautiful than existence. It obliterates existence again and yet when it comes, existence thrives and creates more existence. The sky is blue. The world is a blind man squatting on the road. But whoever sees your emptiness sees beyond blue and beyond the blind man. The great soul hides like Muhammad or Jesus, moving through a crowd in a city where no one knows him. To praise is to praise how one surrenders to the emptiness. To praise the sun is to praise your own eyes. Praise the ocean, what we say, a little ship. To the sea journey goes on and who knows where. Just to be held by the ocean is the best luck we could have. It's a total waking up. Why should we grieve that we've been sleeping? It doesn't matter how long we've been unconscious. We are groggy. But let the guilt go. Feel the motions of tenderness around you, the buoyancy. Music master, you that love lovers, this is your home welcome. In the midst of making form, love made this form that melts form. With love for the door, soul the vestibule. Watch the dust grains moving in the light near the window. Their dance is our dance. We rarely hear the inward music, but we're all dancing to it nevertheless, directed by the one who teaches us the pure joy of the sun, our music master. When I am with you, we stay up all night. When you're not here, I can't go to sleep. Praise God for these two insomnias and the difference between them. The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you, not knowing how blind it was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere, they're in each other all along. We are the mirror as well as the face in it. We are tasting the taste this minute of eternity. We are pain, and what cures pain? Both. We are the sweet cold water and the jar that pours. The want to hold you close like a lute, so we can cry out with loving. You would rather throw stones at a mirror? I am your mirror, and here are the stones. Someone digging in the ground. An eye is meant to see things. The soul is here for its own joy. A head has one use for loving a true love. The minute I close my mind for learning what men have done and trying to do. Mysteries are not to be solved. The eye goes blind when it only wants to see why. A lover is always accused of something. But when he finds his love, whatever was lost in the looking comes back completely changed. On the way to Mecca, many dangers leave the glowing sand, only camel's milk drink. Still each pilgrim kisses the black stone there with pure longing, feeling in the surface the taste of the lips he wants. This talk is like stamping new coins. They'll pile up, while the real work is done outside by someone digging in the ground. Learn about your inner self from those who know such things. Don't repeat verbatim what they say. Zuleika, let everything be the name of Joseph, from celery seed to aloes wood. She loved him so much she concealed his name in many different phrases, the inner meanings known only to her. When she said the wax is softening near the fire, she meant my love is wanting me. Or if she said, look, the moon is up, or the willow has no leaves, or the branches are trembling, or the coriander seeds have caught fire, or the roses are opening, or the king is in a good mood today, or isn't that lucky? Or the furniture needs dusting, or the water carrier is here, or it's almost daylight, or these vegetables are perfect, or the bread needs more salt, or the clouds seem to be moving against the wind, or my head hurts, or my headache's better. Anything she praises, it's Joseph's touch, she means. Complaint, it's being away. When she's hungry, it's for him. Thirsty, his name is a sherbet. Cold, he's a fur. This is what the friend can do when one is in such love. Sensual people use the holy names often, but they don't work for them. The miracle Jesus did by being the name of God. Zuleika fell to the name of Joseph. When one is united at the core of another, to speak of that is to breathe the name who, empty of self, filled with love. As the saying goes, the pot drips what is in it. The saffron spice of connecting laughter, the onion smell of separation, crying. Others have many things in people they love. This is not the way of friend and friend. As being human is a guest house. Every morning a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness, a momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all, even if they're a crowd of sorrows, who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture, still treat each guest honorably. He may be clearing you out for some new delight. The dark thought, the shame, the malice, meet them at the door laughing and invite them in. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing.
Well, that's cool, man.
With a hand
I'm glad you're having a good day.
Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her. Yo, Doc, Oscar, this is Books. Hi, Books. Hi, everybody. My name is Books. What's your names? Oh, Oscar, Doc. My name is Books. It's such a pleasure to meet you guys. What's a clown house all about?
It's this place that was invented by this dumbass Chicagoan named Edmund, and everybody has been killing everybody since they wanted to be like him.
I hear a lot of good things about Clown House. I even see people leaving things saying, you know, like Clown House has been incredible for them. Did you see what's his face? That one guy, he can barely speak. He's from France. You know who I'm talking about?
Fred.
Fred. So there's like a Fred thread. Roger Mayhem even commented in it, but people are really liking, you know, your room, Oscar. And I just got to say that, you know, I don't know how you listen to this, but you know, the whole thing is you have to fill your cup up, you know, and fill your pot up, and whatever's in it is what's going to drip out of it. And so, if all you're doing is filling yourself up with Clown Town, Clown House content, you'll have to find a purgative or some way to flush the system or get a catharsis because you're taking on too much responsibility by listening to these milieus. It's too much information going into your head, which, you know, my name is. You are listening though. That's the problem. Is you're an automatic recorder. You can't stop your automation.
Lesson plans, read this or swing, all kind of shit. I'm literally not even paying attention.
Well, you know, your brain works differently than mine. I get the feeling though that everything you hear is being automatically recorded, whether you like it or not, because you can't hear it and listen to it and understand it unless it's being recorded.
But he hears, but when you hear, like, the bickering that he gets in his room, like, yesterday morning before lunch, the room was...
Get back to my bottle there. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lithe, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Gentlemen, can I interrupt and ask you a question? How do you slow down time? Do you have any theories on that question? How do you slow down? How do you slow time down? Art. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lithe, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lithe, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lithe, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lithe, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, Yes, good morning. Dr. Oscar America, I want to pray for you. And I'd also, before I pray for you, I'd like Doctor to pray for all of us. Which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and a opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And many times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun.
As a pendant for his companion piece to Le Fleur de Charles Baudelaire.
The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressed. Gentlemen, Oscar, Doc, XO, this is Books. I want to just interrupt because time is limited. I love you all, and I want to make a prayer for you all. If I could possibly read just a couple verses of a prayer I wrote for you. It's specifically for the Clown House Room, and I thank you all so much. Oscar, Doc, XO, thank you for your time, and just let me know if you'd like me to proceed. With a hand distraught and lined, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes. Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles.
What is it good for?
Anti-inflammatory, good for the heart, blood pressure.
Your uterus too. Like I drink it because of cramps and like easier blood flow, whatever. I'm on my menstrual cycle.
Yeah, it's a good vasodilator.
So yeah, it does help a lot. And on top of that, it's like naturally sweet, so you don't add nothing to it. I drink it black. I drink all my juice black.
Well, remember, Mr. Parker, remember?
Earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious. Excuse me, Dr. Oscar. So if I could just interrupt, I am a gout sufferer, and a doctor has helped me with my inflation problems. Not my inflation, I'm sorry, my inflammation problems. Thank you, doctor. And I appreciate you so much, doctor. You've been such a great blessing to me medically, my wellness, my health, and I love you very much, doctor. Thank you. You've helped improve my health greatly. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass to flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Doctor, I want to interrupt you real quick. I have a question for you. I have a sty in my eye. Is that also inflammation, doctor? Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight Then a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight than a fair woman on her couch at rest.
Not want to have a real conversation. Again, remember, we always have to break it down to the center of gravity. And those truths, right, those truths tend to be physical. So when you look at Hamas within Gaza Strip, right, Hamas is on the back foot. They don't have military options anymore. When you look at Iran, they're never going to enter into this battle space directly. Now we have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. And these are truths. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
Okay, I heard what you said. Yeah, again, you're right about that you would undermine Iran's security. That's true. And that obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence victory for Israel.
Let me ask you this question. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? And
it would be directly from Iran, and you would expect another room coming up in this clubhouse. You would be the mod for sure. It would be a response. There's no doubt about it. There would be a response.
Enter into the battle space. I'm not laughing at that. Now we have proven to them that we can get a target. I'm not convinced within their belly, but I understand what you're saying. That's a protection conversation right now. This is a good conversation. That is a significant position of fear. Or will, and these are truths. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable. That's what you think. Okay, that's your opinion.
I guess that's not my opinion.
No, it is your opinion. It's not my opinion. It's your opinion.
That's true. I mean, the reason is very simple.
I'm not asking for the reason. No, we're not getting to that point yet. But you have a position which Iran is going to respond directly as a result of the killing of the Hamas leader in Tehran. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? Okay.
It would be directly from Iran.
Well, I mean, again, you're
in this clubhouse. It would be a response.
Enter into the battle space directly. Now we have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection.
One of our presidential candidates,
a significant
had a contract out
position of
for our
fear.
secretary.
And these are truths. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
Once it acted on American soil, and went after people on American soil, it might
undermine Iran's security. That's true. That obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you're right. That was the intelligence victory.
Let me ask you this question. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from?
It would be directly from Iran, and you would expect another room coming up in this clubhouse. You would be the mod for sure. It would be a response.
Enter into this battle space directly. Now we have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. And these are troops. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
Embassy in Beirut,
I
1987.
had what you said. Again, you're right.
I'm not talking about the right or wrong.
Undermines Iran's security. That's true.
I'm not going to
And
say
that
whether it's
obviously
right or
comes
wrong.
with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out, look, head of Hamas, if it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence issue. Because the response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? It would be directly from Iran, and you would expect another one coming up in this clubhouse. It would be Iran for sure. It would be a response.
Enter into this battle space directly.
Now we have proven to them that we can get a target from within their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. And these are troops. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
They took out the leader of the
terrorist
organization.
Yeah, you're right. That you would undermine Iran's security. That's true. And that obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out, look, head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence issue. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? It would be directly from Iran, and you would expect another one coming up in this clubhouse. You would be the month for sure. It would be a response.
Enter into this battle space directly.
Now we have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. And these are troops. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable. I had what you said. Again, you're right. That you would undermine Iran's security. That's true. And that obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence issue. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? And it would be directly from Iran. And you would expect another one coming up in this clubhouse. It would be the month for sure. It would be a response.
Enter into this battle space directly.
Now we have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection. That is
You're looking at it, so like what happened yesterday?
And these are troops. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
It's how they're showing power and how Israel is preparing.
That's true. And that obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence issue. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? It would be directly from Iran, and you would expect another one coming up in this clubhouse. You would be the month for sure. It would be a response.
Enter into this battle space directly. Now we have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. And these are troops. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
I had what you said. Again, you're right about that you would undermine Iran's security. That's true. And that obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence issue. You said it comes with a response very soon. Who do you think the response will be from? And it would be directly from Iran.
had.
You would expect
It's not like
another room coming up
it was not like
in this clubhouse. You would be the mod for sure.
Where's this my
There would be a response.
We want to take him out. We don't know where
into
he
the
is.
battle
Like, it's
space
not like
directly.
Yahya Simo. He had.
Now we have proven to them that we can get a target in their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. And these are troops. These are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
Asking you what
The guy with the
what you said. You're right about that. That you would undermine Iran security. That's true. That obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence expert.
Knowing everything that you know.
You said it comes with a response very soon. But who do you think the response will be from?
It would be directly from Iran.
I'm asking you what message
You would expect
Israel
another room
wanted
coming
to
up
convey
in this clubhouse. You would be the mod for sure. There would be a response.
And enter into this battle space directly.
On the sabotage.
Now we have proven to them that we can get a target in their belly under their protection.
Israel
That
has already done the
is a
sabotage
significant
in the past.
position
So
of fear.
there's no new message.
Because these are
I think
troops,
that
these are
the real
empirical,
message is
evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
It's gonna. There's actually a
What
new.
you said. Again, you're right.
Hostage state, the hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, that's going to undermine that particular with those right
response. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you're right. That was the intelligence dictionary.
You said it comes with a response very soon. But who do you think the response will be from?
It would be directly from Iran, and you would expect another one coming up in this clubhouse. You would be the mod for sure. There would be a response.
If you want to talk about the
Enter
real
into this battle space directly.
You are an
Now we
unserious
have proven to them that we can get a target within their belly under their protection. That is a significant position of fear. Because these are troops, these are empirical, evidence-based statements that are non-negotiable.
What you said. Yeah, you're right about that you would undermine Iran security. That's true. And that obviously comes with a response very soon. But that's different than taking out head of Hamas. If it was Yahya Sinwar, you were right. That was the intelligence dictionary.
Who do you think the response will be from?
It would be directly from Iran. And you would expect another room coming up in this club.
Back in 2000.
Yeah, what was the message? I think the message is similar to
The
this
message was very clear. I can tell you, Abby, I remember. But the message was, if you respond, 52 sites, and you can fact check me on that, we will target 52 sites. Any response from Iran will trigger U.S. to target 52 sites. Underline the word 52. Iran did respond by attacking the Al Ain base in Baghdad, I think, and there was another base in Kurdistan. So the Iranians respond. I mean, that was the first time after the Second World War a nation state attacked U.S. I mean, that was a response. Trump was bluffing. I mean, they should have done something. That's actually what Biden said too in his campaign with Trump. He says, "Why didn't you do anything? You said if Iran's respond, you're going to do this and that, but you didn't do anything. You would show the weakness."
How's the mood in Iran, Soren? Can you report us what's happening in Iran?
I don't know. I don't report.
What is the wait?
So hold on. Biden said that should be the response, but yet we've had 4 attacks in 3 days and Biden's done nothing. This has happened. So President.
He hasn't even talked about. What's happening in Golan.
Let the old man be old.
Biden said that Trump should have done something. Done with Biden. Okay, but he's the president now, and we've had 4 attacks in 3 days, maybe more now. Last time I looked and read, but nothing. And the last time we had this happen, he did nothing for how many attacks, and then we finally lost somebody, had some people hurt, damaged, killed, whatever. Why are we waiting? So I'm going to say that if we want to use the narrative that Biden at one point said Trump should have done something, I agree. Trump should have. If you say you're going to do it, America says needs to be the type of country that says when we say something, we need to do it. Why? because you set a precedence that we're going to have follow-through. It's no different than parenting. When you tell your kids we're going to take your phone away and you don't, game over, your kids win. Now you take the phone away, guess what? Your kids listen next time you say clean your room or next time take out the trash, because otherwise they lose their phone for a week. That's what America should have done. Should have done it then, and they should have set a standard. If anybody that attacks our bases, we will levy unprecedented damages for whomever is responsible. And that's what we should do. And Iran can say that, okay, we didn't take it. Whoever did this didn't target Iran. They targeted a person that, let's just say it's Israel, was in war with. He's their leader. Okay, so now if Iran comes back and targets it, me as the outside looking in says, well, this just tells me that you're really upset that your head guy got taken out. Now it ties them that much more to it. And I'm not saying that that's exactly the way he thinks. I'm looking at it from a layman's term, from the outsider.
You are right that they didn't attack Iran, but they made Iran look like a clown, because they weren't able to stop that attack. So it's like they're gonna probably take offense into what happened in their country.
Crawled in the bell.
I mean, it's like if you're with your woman, your wife or your girlfriend, and somebody goes and insults her. They didn't do that to you. They did that to your girlfriend, and it's like, hey, I'm not gonna let this happen because if you do it to her, you do it to me. Something like that. It's what I feel that
I think
they're gonna.
Was it Yaakov Meir says that Iran will respond? It will not create a deterrent. Can Yaakov explain to me what would be the deterrent look like to him if Iran wants to go that path? He says they're not capable. But imagine hypothetically they're capable, and what would be that deterrent look like if they want to go that? What Iran would do that he would say that was a creating deterrent? Explain it.
I just want to say hello to Rode.
Hey, real quickly.
Salam alaikum.
Yakov.
Salam alaikum.
I had
You are in a very quiet area.
Go ahead, Yaakov.
No, Marvin. I just wanted to speak.
Oh, you wanted to respond to what I said? Okay.
no, I wanted to completely. I just wanted to create. I wanted to do an intermission here that Isa and Yakov are going to laugh really hard. I was on the train and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden one of my exes sits down next to me. I was like, oh my god. I was like, oh.
What was the yard?
I know this is that, Marvin. I could not believe it. She was like, oh, what are you doing? I'm like, what am I doing? And so we were just talking. It was quite strange. I think we're going to probably talk, but it was quite strange. So anyway, I thought that would be a laugh for you.
What did you do?
Your laugh is funny, bro. I'm dying.
Speaking of which, you need to fill
Don't
us in
do
on
it,
that,
Marvin.
Marvin, you need to fill us in on whether there was a second date, but we'll get to that.
Second day,
Right. So, but this one was this girl. She and I had the kind of a whirlwind relationship, and I was the one that jumped out. So I kind of feel bad. But there's a lot more to the story. So we'll see what happens.
She came to sit next to you on the train?
Yeah, she just sat. She was, the door open, and she got in, and she kind of looked at. I'm like, what? Because of course I was just checking her out, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, look who it is.
They call those.
I didn't realize it.
They call those stalkers, Marvin. You don't fall for it.
Marvin, you picked up a random stranger?
No.
Long distance relationship.
I was sitting in the train, and the door opened, and this girl walks in, and so I was kind of just checking her out, only to realize it was one of my exes.
So, okay, we can go on this.
Yeah, please.
I actually think I usually really hate Ben-Gvir, but one thing that I agree with him is that I think Israel should have never tried to go to the negotiation table. Maybe just for political optics.
Yeah, you have to.
Never go Yeah. Maybe just for political optics. Maybe just for political optics, but in general, sorry.
Should they just go out fighting? Like, don't negotiate, just keep on fighting?
Negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah, because there is like not real negotiations. Like Israel's demands are too strong for Hamas, and Hamas demands are too strong for Israel. So they will never go to like some type of a resolution between themselves.
But I have a question.
Israel wants them to release all the hostages and also to lay down their weapons, meaning giving their weapons and demilitarize Gaza. That would never happen.
And Hamas will completely be out of Gaza now.
Yeah, exactly. And basically, yeah. And Hamas once again, Hamas.
Let me talk.
And Hamas wants to Hamas wants to, basically release a lot of their prisoners in Israel and also to retain power in Gaza, right? After all of that happens. So both of those things just are not coinciding, and those are like red lines. Those are not like some things that one can negotiate.
So what's the solution?
And this is why just finish off Hamas.
Yeah, not negotiate with terrorists.
How are you going to do
whatever
that?
you want to do with
And how is you going to do
military
that?
force? With military
Sorry?
Paul,
How are
did
you
you
going to
just
eliminate?
wake up?
Little by little, tunnel by tunnel, weapon storages by weapon storages.
Do you know anybody in Gaza?
Head of Hamas by head of
And what do you think about? What do you
Do you have any relatives,
Wait, I have a
any
question.
Israelis in Gaza? By any chance? I mean, surely you don't.
I have a
Yes,
question.
why? So
You don't.
why?
Wait, Paul wanted to say something. Sorry, you're like very rude. Paul, what did you want to say?
Yeah, Paul.
Personally, I am not a supporter of Israel, but that does not mean that I'm disrespecting y'all, so y'all also don't have to disrespect me, okay? So,
No one will disrespect you as long as you are concise and not, insulting anyone. Go ahead.
Okay. What do y'all think about Netanyahu being judged by the international court? Yeah, the international court.
Nobody cares.
He's not. By the way.
How do you mean nobody cares? Like, how can you?
A few things.
Just to answer it quickly, it didn't happen, okay? So no one is now, like you're talking about something that might happen, it didn't happen, so we can wait until it will happen.
It happened.
No, there was a request for arrest warrants that are still not,
Everybody
still not
appeals
approved.
to like international courts. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, those are
Oh, but
optics
what
of
if
the
y'all
thing.
think?
Secondly, the international courts literally don't do anything. Thirdly, there was like an opinion piece of the ICJ, but not like a ruling. So I don't know, Paul.
And we see the ICJ as a political entity, not as a really like a place of justice. I mean, you look at the head of the ICJ. I mean, the head of the ICJ, the judge, used to be the Lebanese UN. How do you call it? The UN.
How about
person.
the rest of the judge then?
Hold on, showing.
Karim Khan.
Hold on. This person
From the prosecutor.
voted. Hold on, Soren, can you hold on 1 second? He voted against Israel more than 200 times. So if it would be a normal court of law, he would have to excuse himself or get himself out of the case due to
Recuse himself. But he was only
Recuse
one.
himself.
Daniel, there were 15 other judges.
Recuse himself.
There was,
but the fact is, I understand, but you need to understand what I'm trying to say is that this is not like I understand. So
what about the rest of the 14?
Soren, listen, I will tell you this once, okay? You don't need to repeat what you say 7 times, especially after the first time when we try to answer you, you try to add more content, but you don't. You just say the same thing 7 or 8 times. I already asked you this before. Stop repeating yourself. We are not slow like the people that you used to talk to. We get it fast. It's enough that you say 1 time, but just be accurate on the first time. That's it. Now, let me finish what I said. What I'm saying is, yes, but also the audience are not stupid, okay? And they heard you once, twice, it's enough. So, what I'm saying is that in a normal court, a person like this would recuse himself out of conflict of interest, okay? This is a political court. It's not about right and wrong and about justice. And I understand that it's in your best interest because you hate Israel, but this is a double-sided sword. It might bite you in the ass. We need those institutions to be unbiased, to be loyal to the truth and not to political gains. And I think those people, I think those people that are supporting, I think those people that are now supporting the ICJ because it's against Israel are basically shooting in their own legs.
Take a cold war and then, what about the other 14 judges? You don't respond to what I said.
One at a time.
Everyone mute up. If you want to talk, you're gonna do it when nobody's talking.
I mean, the reason I have to repeat myself is that Daniel.
No, you don't have to repeat yourself.
Intentionally deflect what I said. That's why I have to repeat to him. What about
And
the other 14 judges?
Before you answer to that, I actually want to ask Abby something. She's a lawyer and she understands a lot about these things. So I want to ask Abby about this International Court of Justice and other international organizations. Am I right to say that they don't have they don't have priority over the sovereignty of a country? And what do you think will happen if this ends up happening with Netanyahu?
Well, first of all, the United States isn't respecting their sovereignty or their jurisdiction. And the United States has rejected it, and so has other countries. I mean, I'd have to look at the other countries that line out. I think the UK was one of them. So, there's two courts. So what the court that has been, that was filed through South Africa, and I believe maybe, I don't know if Ireland joined in, is a different tribunal. But in terms of what they can do, I mean, ultimately, if a country goes through the true Hague and through the International Criminal Court in The Hague, they can put sanctions or recommend sanctions internationally against a country. But this is not the court that you were talking, that was originally going after Israel, which was the pressure that came from Amal Clooney and that came from South Africa, was not one that the United States was recognizing.
But you say that they can recommend sanctions. Does that mean that the ICJ does not supersede the sovereignty of the countries and they have to agree on those sanctions?
Yeah, they'd have to agree. They'd have to agree.
So the ICJ cannot order something to happen. They can recommend, right?
They can
recommend. People have to agree.
There's no world government.
Correct. That's the reason why I wanted to make it clear, because it seems like a lot of people think that because the word international is there and the World Court of Justice is there, that they are all of a sudden the rulers of the world and that everybody has to bow to them.
No,
like
you know what it is? I'm gonna explain to you. These are the same institutions, or organizations that helped y'all get the country y'all have today, alright? So
no, Paul.
They didn't exist back then. They didn't exist back then. I'm sorry.
They didn't exist. Paul, these
the
are
International
organizations.
Wait, International Court did not exist 50 years ago.
50 years ago, they are not the reason why countries exist.
Did not exist. Let me talk. Like, y'all don't even let me talk.
You know what?
Right?
How long is Israel?
Daniel, one of the judges was a Holocaust survival. He was actually Israeli. I don't know why you don't
It
talk about
doesn't matter where he's from. He can be.
Why don't you talk about him? Because it doesn't fit your narrative?
No, this is an anthem judge. One of the judges.
One judge only. Only one judge. You don't talk about the Holocaust survivor that happened to be a judge.
No, wow. He voted and I will try to answer you. After one second, just to answer what Soren tried to say now 3 times. The judge is an Israeli judge, and he voted against. Okay, and you are talking about the ICJ. They were talking about the ICC before, but ICJ, the head of the panel is a Lebanese, and because it was about Israel, there was an interim judge from Israel, Aaron Barak, who is a Holocaust survivor, and he voted with what's the country? I forgot the name. I forgot the name. That they voted against, okay? So I have no problem with him because he voted against.
Yeah, it's not the final decision, but one judge. All of the judges, like a democracy, I don't know what you know what democracy is. 50 judges vote, the majority says yes. So So it's not only one judge final.
Yeah, but
Again,
so
it
you
is
focus
wrong.
on one guy. Which,
yeah, and I'm saying,
you know,
what I'm saying is, I'm saying that it's political. That it's political. You know what? Even the Israeli judge
also issue the warrant for President Putin as well. Was that also political?
Hold on. So even the Israeli judge is, I think, could say that he's political because he's the one voting against it. So it's not about what is true and what is right and what is wrong. It's about politics, and that was
So there is never right or wrong. So there's never right or wrong, basically. That's what you're saying.
No, it is not what I'm saying. It is right or wrong. I don't think that the ICJ or the UN are bodies that are loyal to what's right and wrong.
Okay, who is?
Israel.
Israel, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Our superior. Everything, in every level, our superior.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing, Daniel, alright? And then I'm gonna leave. I wanna say one thing, alright?
Okay.
Listen, the Jewish people, like, y'all even betrayed your own prophet. Like, y'all are like the scum of the earth.
No,
yeah?
okay.
And you know, if you want to talk about right, and wrong, Paul, you are on the wrong side. You're on the wrong side of history. Because if you are a Jew hater, you are on the wrong. You know, I don't need the ICJ or the ICC to tell me that you are on the wrong side. Okay, you are on the wrong side.
I hate Zionists.
To speak like Earth with Earth.
I hate Zionist people. I hate Zionists.
You hate Jews.
You don't know what a Zionist is.
I'm from the Earth. Throw the fuck out there.
Good riddance. God bless you all. Except Soren. Take that flag down, Soren. You're not a Jap.
Let him have whatever he has. He has the right to have whatever he wants.
I agree, but I do think we should not make personal attacks on people on the stage. I don't want to hear, in my own opinion,
So, Jacob,
idiots
you were
calling
away.
people names.
Jacob, you were. I had asked you a question. You were away. You said that
I
you
was
want
away.
to respond.
Soren, shut the
Silence. What would be the deterrent
Stop
look like to you,
interrupting
Jacob?
people, Soren. Stop interrupting people.
There's no one. There's no interference.
Jacob
I'm
is in the middle of
talking.
speaking, you dumb fucking shit.
Wow, that's how the Zionists grew up. By the way.
Okay, exactly that.
That's my
exactly
point.
That is what Jacob is saying. So there are only two rules in these rooms. One is no personal attacks, and the second is no call for violence. You do one of the two, and this is the only time we're gonna say it. You do one of the two, and you're gonna be either moved to the audience or thrown out, depending on how bad the insult was.
Okay, including in the chat.
That's right.
Chat. I don't want to hear people
You can-
talking about people's private parts.
You can say what? No. Personal attacks. Yeah, like you can say whatever you want. I don't care what your opinion is. There is there's space for everyone to disagree. It doesn't matter. Attack the argument, not the person.
Jacob, you said Iran will respond. They will not create a deterrent. But if they want to go that path,
What did I say they would respond to?
for what happened yesterday,
I said they wouldn't respond.
No, you said they wouldn't create a deterrent. You said they wouldn't create a
Deterrent to what? Deterrent to what? What are they supposed to
to
deter?
violations of the sovereignty. I don't know. It was you, Mayor, says that Iran will
I
not.
did not say anything about.
Who was coming up with the definition of deterrent, by the way? Was it you or Mayor?
I didn't. I don't know who. I can't say.
All right.
Mayor did it.
Okay. Someone was saying that deterrent is this, so Iran will respond. They will not create a deterrent. Creating a deterrent is something else that it will make Israel think twice to do it. So I was curious to know if Iran want to go that path of creating deterrence, what that deterrence look like.
Fear.
Fear toward.
By the way, I just got a report. Hang on a second. I just got a report from the FBI that the guy who shot Trump was an anti-Semite. This is coming. You guys are going to get the notification.
Yeah, I read
So there
all
you
that.
go.
They
That's
said they
who
finally
did it.
dug into his
He was a
social media.
Democrat.
and
They got into his
He was
Gap
a-
account.
and it was like 2019, he posted all kinds of horrible anti-Semitic stuff. And yes, he was a Democrat.
Wait, which account did they get into?
Was it a Facebook account?
The shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
was a Democrat?
Norm has been saying it all this time. He yelled "Free Palestine" before he shot.
Before he pulled
Oh
the trigger, he
my
yelled
God, I'm
free
so
Palestine.
shocked. I'm so shocked.
With what?
With him being a liberal leftist.
No, he's an anti-Semite.
He's a cancer.
like some people on the stage that we deal with.
Simon, we're not gonna do therapy.
White supremacists, that's a problem, you know?
Not today.
Who's the white? Who the guy that shot Trump is a white supremacist?
He was white.
He's a white supremacist, and Paul is an Arab supremacist. That's those Jews are rats.
I am not
in
an
the
Arab.
comments. Yeah,
I
you
am not an
are.
Arab.
I know your
I
fucking
swear to God, I'm
accent.
not. I'm
Don't
Persian.
fucking lie. Okay, I know your accent.
You're in the Matrix.
I'm Persian. I'm Persian, alright?
Paul, do you have anything actually interesting and of value to add, or are you just going to be a boy with emotions in the room?
No, I want to say something.
You already said Jews are rats in the comments.
I mean,
what else do you have to say?
Oh, yeah, it's a Semite. Got it.
I'm not a
Alright, I
anti-Semite.
said no insult, so everybody say goodbye to Paul.
No, I didn't say anything.
Goodbye.
Say to Lisa.
Hey,
Who's
hey, guys.
next?
Hey, guys. No, I'm not next. I'm gonna behave, I swear. Abby, would you please check your personal messages?
I did. I sent you one back just now.
Oh, awesome. Is that Andre talking?
Yes.
So Daniel, what do you think about what I said? What that deterrence look like to you if Iran want to go back past? Oh, obviously someone said it. I don't know who.
Who's deterrent? Who's
I don't think there is a deterrent. So because deterrent from what? I mean, we are not attacking Iran out of the blue. Okay, we're not attacking Iran because we have something against Iran specifically. We are doing a defense war, and there is no deterrent that would prevent us from defending ourselves.
Yeah.
Zero, none,
But you
nothing.
could have taken up in Qatar if you specifically used Iran rather than taking out in Qatar or Turkey. So that has complicated implications. So if Iran want to go that path of creating deterrence, so Israel not do that again, not respond through its allies in the region, what that deterrence look like to you?
The only way that if they don't want us to retaliate against them, they could say we are backing off from this.
So that's not a deterrent.
conflict.
That's
We are
not a deterrent, though. That's submission.
That will prevent us. So this is what I said. There is no deterrent that will prevent Israel from defending itself. When you want to do a deterrent, is to prevent someone from attacking or from committing something that will hurt you, whatever. You cannot deter us from defending ourselves. I don't see anything that you can do that would do that.
There's one thing, but it would take too long and they can't do it, which is to create a missile defense system or any kind of defense system to protect themselves, and they're not capable of doing that anytime in the next 25 years.
What about taking out one of the officials in Israel?
It will not be a deterrent.
That's not deterrence. That's war. That's an act of war. That's not deterrence. Deterrence is preventing Israel from doing something.
How about going nuclear?
Well, seeing as the Ayatollahs came out with a position piece through an Islamic court last year that says it is fine within Islam to create a bomb as deterrence, but never to use it. So even Iran themselves, for whatever it's worth, have claimed they would never use it, but they would create one as a means of deterrence.
Exactly. What if it goes with a test one?
And I would claim that using a nuclear bomb is not a deterrent.
As a test. What if you go with testing it? Not using it against Israel, testing it in the middle of the war.
No, listen, I don't understand. Like, first of all, go ahead, do it as a test. I want to remind you that they are not the only nuclear power in the area. Second of all, I think it will kind of expose them because Palestinians are very close to us. You cannot hit Israel with a nuclear bomb without hitting.
They're not going to hit Israel. What you deal here with is creating deterrence, meaning that they have to go that
In order to create a deterrence, you have to be prepared to use it, and there's no way that they would use it, so therefore it's not a deterrence. It's a logic gap. Okay?
So you think that if they have a bomb,
they're never going to use it. They're never going to. They would what? Destroy Jerusalem?
No. But it can be a small bomblet, a little one. It doesn't have to be that disruptive.
Sorry, this is just ridiculous.
It could be a little nuclear bomb.
Hold on. There are suitcase nuclear weapons. The U.S.
bomblets, by the way, nuclear bomblets.
There are nuclear suitcase weapons, but let's be real. They're not.
Why are we being used to crowdsource deterrent options for the Iranians?
We're not coming up with anything they couldn't have thought of already. The reality is they won't. So let's just move on.
Oh, so
And Soren,
face value,
if they were just to show their, I mean, if they were just to use a little one, as you say, that wouldn't show shit. That wouldn't show how strong they are. So either they use it or they don't. But it's not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna show you a little bit. No, they have the big one, and then it's like, yeah, if you make me use it, it's gonna be because I'm really mad. So don't make me use it.
Yeah, but I agree that they're not going to use it.
That's what's called
I agree
deterrent.
with that narration, but for sure, if it's going to be pushed, they have to test it in their own soil rather than using it against Israel. Because you're right, there are so many Muslim Arabs, Jerusalem's there, Al-Aqsa is obviously not going to use it there. But to create deterrence, one of the way would be just to test it, to show the world, to show the strength that don't mess up with us again. I mean, that would be one of the options that I could.
Well, I'm glad that you get that. I'm glad that you get what the messages are. That's exactly the message that was delivered yesterday with the leader of Hezbollah and today with the leader of Hamas. So I hope that the message was gotten, was understood, and that they understand that they cannot keep fucking up with Israel.
By the way, do you think you will hear like some calls that Israel genocided the Hezbollah war?
What do you mean?
If you're quite
They don't know.
naive.
They don't know his whereabouts. That's the problem. They don't even know where he is. This guy, Ismail Haniyeh, he's out there. He's a public figure. He's like, it's not like he's a hideout. Everyone knows where he lives. He's got an address. So there's no intelligence.
Not that everyone knew where he lived. Actually, we still didn't see any photos. Actually, I think even right now we don't have any photos.
Haniyeh, he didn't have a strike. Wow.
No. The photo of the strike.
No, I'm talking about.
You're talking about
you can.
when he was living or stuff like that. When he was living in Qatar, you mean? When he was living in Qatar?
No. When he lived in Iran right now.
Tehran, okay.
The guy's a public figure. Everyone knows where he is. Even when he was in Doha, he was not like Yahya Sinwar in a hideout. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? There's no intelligence superiority here.
Like,
So
I would like to
There's a consumption. That was for domestic consumption in Israel. So what we're doing something.
No, why domestic consumption? Why do you think it's domestic consumption in Israel?
Well, because
like
because the reason is very clear. Up to 9 months, 10 months, the real persons behind this is Yahya Sinwar. He didn't manage to get to him.
No.
This guy's political. He's not a.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for us. Like, dude, we said from day one that all the Hamas members have a target on their heads. Especially the leaders. Of course, Haniyeh was a target.
You agree that you could have taken out 8 months ago for Israel?
No, it wasn't. No, I think there was an agreement with Qatar that it will not be done on their soil.
Was there an agreement with Turkey?
With Turkey, something else. With Turkey, I guess they didn't want to upset Erdogan.
Okay, what about in the middle? He was also traveling all around. It was not only in Turkey and Qatar, he was traveling all around.
Right.
No, he wasn't. He was sitting duck in Qatar. What are you talking about?
But they could have.
No, he was also in Egypt and he was also in Turkey. You're right. We chose to do it. He's not he's not really a public figure. There's a reason why he's not in Gaza, right? He's the leader of the Gazans, but he's not in Gaza. He's traveling the world because he's on a.
Negotiator, for the lack of a better word. It was
the guy that we targeted yesterday in Lebanon has been on the most wanted list of the United States with a $5 million bounty on his head since the 80s. Since the 80s, you know, and we got him. So the fact that someone's a public figure. Yeah, but I'm giving you as an example the fact that someone is public figure.
What did it accomplish?
Does the U.S. government actually send a $5 million?
Daniel, like, congratulations, you killed the one person. What did it accomplish? Like, what did it accomplish?
It accomplished
You already killed like a lot of the leadership. What happened?
I was just in
congratulations. And you have a target. So congratulations.
Hold on.
You asked the question. You asked the question.
Hold on. I want one mic in my head. I couldn't hear what he was saying because everybody's talking on him.
I wish. I think the only way I can speak in these rooms is that I have to raise my voice. First of all, Isa, you're quite naive, and as well to you, Daniel. One person, no, I'm speaking by the way.
It's not a
I'm
personal
bloody
attack. It
speaking.
doesn't matter. Just let it go.
I'm bloody speaking. I know, Eric, you don't like me, so.
No personal attacks, Malik. It's what you say.
Oh my God.
Shut your mouth.
Naive is the person attack.
Go clean some more toilets.
It's not a personal attack. Thank you for trying to get up. Shut up.
Guys,
Thank you for trying to get offended on my behalf. It's okay. Malek, go ahead.
Yeah, everybody wants to be a Superman. Okay, so I'll say it again. Isa, Daniel, you're quite naive. Every time, like a leader gets oh, they'll fall apart. Oh, this is the end. Oh, they don't know what to do. And by the way, an even stronger leader comes. Before the one who got assassinated. For example, Sheikh Yassin, when he got assassinated, oh, this is the end. I was just looking up like the news back in 2005. The same exact thing, what we're doing right now, just on repeat. Truly, history does repeat itself. Yeah, and then, okay, congratulations. You killed, I forgot his name. Ismail Haniyeh. Okay. So, yeah, Ismail Haniyeh. So, what did it accomplish? Tell me, what did it accomplish?
I would answer you.
Danielle is speaking. Danielle is the one who's speaking, not you.
Right, this is a question for Daniel, so.
When we killed
No, he mentioned me and Isa. But hold on, no, I'm trying to answer. Hold on. So first of all, no one said when we targeted Yassin, by the way, a few times, that it's game over, okay? Like, I'm Israeli, it was never said that it's like, it's over. The idea of targeting them is to have like a personal price. If you can see, Ismail Haniyeh is living in a 5-star hotel in Qatar. He has billions in his bank account. He is not suffering in Gaza, okay? He cares for Ismail Haniyeh. So we need to make sure that people also know that it's not so profitable to do terrorism, and you cannot only sacrifice your own people, but your own life will be at risk. Now, when you take out a senior person, yes, someone else will replace them, but someone with less experience, with less connections, and with less capabilities. Probably, maybe even Khaled Marshall will go back and replace Haniyeh. He was previously the head of Hamas. The idea is just to create deterrent, to pass a message that we can get to you, even if you are far away, doing like we have eyes on you and we can target you at any moment. That's basically the message. Be afraid.
I would like to reply.
Be afraid, be very afraid. That is the message. Be afraid, be very afraid.
I would like to reply before Isa responds. Yeah, like normal. Danielle, so stop making assumptions. There won't be any deterrence. This won't end. Buddy, it won't end. The only way they can end it is you kill all over 2 million, not even all, like 7 million Palestinians who live from the river to the sea. This won't end. It won't. Okay. Stop being naive. And the second assumption, let me finish. One sentence. And the second assumption, oh, somebody with less experience will come. How would you, buddy, if you know something, say it. If you have an opinion, at least say, maybe somebody with less experience will say it. Just don't think like it blatant, oh, somebody with less experience will come. You don't know, buddy, you don't know.
So let's talk about it.
Even though I don't know, how come the Shabbat?
I will tell you, because I will tell you, the guy that we killed yesterday was 30 years at the organization, okay? We know exactly what he did, and we know exactly what he was planning, like, throughout the years. So, if you take out the guy with the 30 years experience, there are not so many other people at high positions with 30 years of experience. That is, you don't need to be a Shabbat or Mossad to know this, it's just common sense. And it's okay to disagree, but I wanna ask you a question back. You said that it will not resolve because we need to kill 7 million, yada yada. What do you think will resolve?
You want to tell me what you think will? You want to know? Palestinians have equal rights as Israelis.
They do.
What's the solution?
Problem solved. They do.
What do you mean equal rights? What do you mean in Israel they should have equal rights?
Whatever it's called, you can call it whatever.
Can you explain, Malek? You're saying they both have equal rights. In what sense and where?
Equal rights, equal voting rights, equal civil
But
rights.
if they have their own government, why have to do with us? If like they had voting
they voted in Gaza and they had an election in the West Bank, right? They had an election.
Don't go to the no, hold on. I will go. You answered it. You were not going to ask the same question. Don't go to somewhere else before I finish.
Bruh, you ain't got no head. They Photoshop your fucking headline on that bitch. That bitch makes you look like Steve Harvey, you fat fuck.
Oh, bitch. Why does finance get confused and right? Okay, he's so fun. Why? No, nobody's talking to you, bitch. He not on Clubhouse. He not on Clubhouse, bitch. Girl. I'm gay.
Good morning, Oscar, Trent, Doc. This is Books. How's your day going, gentlemen and ladies?
Yeah. But you just too damn ugly, right? Anyway, go live. Like, go live.
Hey, Barbie.
Go live.
Barbie, the number, go to line. The one person that actually brought me into Clubhouse almost 3 years ago now was Books from 3 years ago. But I came from Instagram, so if you want to know my Instagram, ask Books.
Books, give me Doc Instagram.
It's Doc Innovation. He met me because I read books, and he liked the book that I was reading.
Who just requested my Instagram SK with the shit?
I did.
Bitch, I'm not worried about your fat ass, bitch. We just want you to go live. Since that's not you, but it is, you bitch. Like, you're so insecure, you can't even claim your face. Like, bitch, you're insecure. Take your face and do what? Throw darts at it? Bitch, I would have doctors at the gun range just to shoot at it.
I gotta see better, look way better, way better. Don't.
Good for you, bitch. I don't want your black fat ass. Bitch, I'm not even into, bitch, I'm not into fat niggers, though. I don't do it.
Man, I'm about to go 2-1 on your ass. 2-1. I'm gonna tell you like this. I got a bitch that look way better than you right now.
Okay, bitch, and all my niggas look better than you. Like, what are we getting at? Like, bitch, how they gonna use me for my mouth, bitch? Right, I guess so. You too damn fat to fuck on. So what are you talking about? Why are we talking about getting fucked on, bitch? You fucking. Bitch, you too fat. Like, bitch, you probably been sweating on me.
The last time Trent saw his dick was when he was standing over.
Like, literally.
I'm not fat. I'm big.
Fat as shit. Fat as shit. You black as fuck. You ugly. The motherfucker. And now you wanna bring folks up here. Y'all, this is trending. I'm putting y'all. Jam. It's like. Boy, fuck your ugly black ass. You're so insecure. You're so insecure.
Yeah, girl, thank you. Yeah. I don't give a fuck about making you mad. Look how
Excuse me, moderators, this is Books. If I can interrupt this incredibly exciting bang room. Moderators, I apologize for the brief interruption.
over here looking like the KFC mascot with his big black ass. That's a fucking nigga.
Wow.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
When I say hello, you say hello? When I say hello, you say hello? When I say hello, you say hello?
Well, you threatened to fill a veteran with removing him from the room, and this is actually the person that brought me on the clown house. And I'm pretty sure that I would kick your ass with real liquor.
See, this is what's called people power. Some people have power with people. Some people have no power with people. Some people have a lot of people power.
And I love talking shit about you.
Hello? 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 Alright, since you got the monkey mind, the brain of a monkey, I'm gonna sing one of my new hit songs. It's called Please Come Home Now. I've got beans and bologna. This one's for you, Doc. And this one's for you, Oscar. I'm singing this one for you, gentlemen. And Trend as well, maybe. And maybe just the moderators. This is my new hit single from my #1 record, Vote Donald Trump and Go to the Gym, fatties. Here we go. This is called Beans and Bologna. Please come home now. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Please come home now. I got beans and bologna. Please come home now. I got beans and bologna. Please come home now. I got beans and bologna. Okay, everybody, I want to thank you for listening to our 3-beat hit track from our newest album, Vote Donald Trump and Go to the Gym, fatties. This is Books. I'm complete. I hope I was succinct.
Shut your ugly ass up, bitch. I really get to cooking on your fat ass, bitch. I'm gonna tell you stink, bitch. You look stink. What is wrong with you, bitch? The weak ass car, bitch. I'll have dogs shoot all your motherfucking dogs, bitch. I'll run the motherfucking dogs over, bitch. And I'll chase you around, bitch. So you can lose some calories, bitch. Then bring up this fat ass over, bitch. Fuck is wrong with you? Why he over there looking like he pregnant? Bitch, I'm
Please come home now. I got beans and bologna. Please come home now. I got beans and bologna.
Big ass bitch. Now chill, bitch. Wait, Oscar, he removing people.
Please come home now. I got beans and bologna.
our discontents, then that's apartheid. We
But
put a wall up.
can we actually imagine what Israel would look like if the Palestinians actually took power over it? I mean, I don't think that they would make it better. I think that they would just turn it into shit. Like, what are we talking about here? You're talking about, like, these guys want to regress the land. What are they going to do with it? They look how are the countries where they live, and this of course with the exception of like Dubai and these other countries, you know.
Yes.
But like, it's terrible. So I don't know why they want to take possession of something. It's like my mom would call them like little stomachs, you know. Everything they're like a stomach. Everything they touch turns into shit. So it's sad. It's horrible. It's all. If Israel takes Gaza and West Bank, and I'm not suggesting that this happens, but I'm sure that they will make it like Israel. It would flourish, you know? Now, Palestinians take on Israel, God, it's going to go back to 5th century or even...
I need to make this statement to the mods of this room. You guys have to do a better job when you encounter these divisive individuals who are just here to sow confusion and dissonance. You need to immediately police them and move them to the audience. I respect the idea of like, okay, free speech and we want to give each other perspective, but he clearly said, just like El said, from the river to the sea, make no mistake, he's not here to harmonize, and you have to identify and move them immediately.
But we're not here to harmonize, we're here to hear people's perspectives. If he wants to scream from the river to the sea, and there's people in the audience who've never heard that, then they can hear it straight from the horse's mouth and be able to hear how these people speak.
For a little bit, yes, but to lead up to 20 minutes and then try to reason with him is not helping anything, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree. I think you have to do exactly. And
Happy you're in the tunnel.
sorry, you have to break down arguments. You have to do exactly what Daniel did and pull it out like the person sitting on a witness stand. You have to do it that way. Otherwise, he's right. You fall victim to just dogma and it's not healthy.
Abby, we didn't break down anything. It was dissonant chaos. It was toxic.
I agree. Daniel finally pulled it out, but that's what you have to do.
No, he didn't pull it out. Malik was moved when Norm got on the mic. That's what calmed everything down. It wasn't like Daniel said something brilliant that unlocked Malik's mind. That's not what happened at all. He had to be moved.
I think Daniel's brilliant, and I think he does.
So do I. I love Daniel.
Listen, it's fine if you don't believe that these people should have a say. In the end, we're doing some of these rooms, well, actually to bring awareness, and the way that we do that is not by creating an echo chamber, but actually getting people to come on stage and speak. And the reason why it becomes very messy is because everybody wants to drive the fucking shit, and they don't understand that the people are driving.
I'm sorry, Isa. We are at war.
The people
This is a
drive.
war.
No, you see, that's the reason why it gets chaotic, because people like you interrupting when somebody's talking. And so we got already here 5 people that are driving the conversation, that we know what we're doing, and we talk all the time amongst each other, and we know how to guide the conversation, but everybody wants to decide how this conversation should go. So yeah, we want to break it down with them. And if you want to go to an echo chamber, you're free to go and open your room or go to another place where you're talking all about the same thing. It's fine. That's not what we do here. We like to hear dissenting opinions. And actually, what we want to do is not just shout at each other. What we want to do is for the person to explain to us where they are coming from. And if they're able to make sense of what they're saying, because all they come to these rooms is just to say slogans all the time. Just slogans, but they don't know what they're saying. So from the rear to the sea, they don't even know what that means. They just say it because it sounds cool and it's everywhere in social media.
So we try to go deep, and when someone's kind of throwing slogans, and we try to kind of analyze each slogan and to go deep, and not to kind of be like moved by shiny objects that they keep on, like from the settlements to the West Bank, to Gaza, to the Balfour Declaration. You know, you said something, you said apartheid, you said ethnic cleansing, you said whatever. Let's talk about it, because as you said, we are at war, but there are two wars going on. One is a war that is on the ground, and the other is this information. Oh, I have a phone call. Hold on.
I think Malik fully knew what he was saying, river to the sea. He was hoping no one else knew what that meant. And he also knew that what he was really saying was there would be no Jews in the land. He knew what he was saying. I think that's why it is helpful to let them hang themselves.
Correct.
Because once it's exposed, people can understand. They know fully what they're saying. He knew what he was saying. He hoped that the idiots wouldn't, down in the audience are like, oh, that sounds nice. Everybody lives together. No, that's not what he was saying. So they exposed themselves eventually.
That's right. And a lot of this is the way. Sorry, no, just very quickly. This is the way how a lot of people have come to the Israeli side, because they actually see how both sides act and react to certain things. And I see always the Israeli side, they're trying to make sense, and they give explanations and they give actual context of what's happening. It's an informed side. The other side, it's just trying to insult, it's just trying to come up with a lot of gotchas, which never work, and so they're just trying to stir the shit in the rooms, but they don't have really any point.
Trying to normalize certain slogans that people use without thinking about it. The early 70s, they had a slogan, Zionism is racist. And nobody really thought about it. What does this mean, Zionism is racism? What is Zionism? Nobody thought about it. Nobody wanted to. As Daniel said a moment ago, go deeper, think about it. Then they used the term apartheid. What is apartheid? It's a Dutch word. The South Africans spoke a kind of Dutch Afrikaans, and it meant apart, a system of apartness, because they took one race in South Africa and they separated them. Israel doesn't do that. Israel is a parliamentary democracy, fully integrated. The people who live in Judea and Samaria, the people who live in the West.
Charles Baudelaire, the moon ordinarily dreams tonight. The fair woman on her couch at race, caressing with a hand short and light, before she sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken edge of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh. It watches the white visions pace her throne, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in her languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet enviously takes in his hollow hand the tears. Snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeless start, dancing from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon ordinarily dreams tonight. The fair woman on her couch at race, caressing with a hand short and light. She sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken edge of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh. It watches the white visions pace her throne, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in her languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet enviously takes in his hollow hand the tear's snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeless start, dancing from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon ordinarily dreams tonight. The fair woman on her couch at race, caressing with a hand short and light, before she sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken edge of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh. It watches the white visions pace to flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in a languor deep, earth virginates the furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeful start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand short and light, before she sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pace her throne, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in a languor deep, earth virginates the furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeful start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand short and light, before she sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pace her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in a languor deep, earth virginates the furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeful start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire.
How much of it?
The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand short and light, before she sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pace her throne, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in a languor deep, earth virginates the furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeful start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand short and live, before she sleeps according to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pace her throne, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In weary times, wrapped in a languor deep, earth virginates the furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams virus in the hopeful start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, the white vision's pace to flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In wavy times, wrapped in a languor earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet enviously takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, where its gleaming fires in the hopeful start tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon ordinarily dreams tonight. The fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with hands rolled to the light. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken edge of down, dying she breathes a long swooning sigh. It watches the white vision's pace to flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In wavy times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet enviously takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, where its gleaming fires in the hopeful start tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon ordinarily dreams tonight. The fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with hands rolled to the light. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken edge of down, dying she breathes a long swooning sigh. It watches the white vision's pace to flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. In wavy times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow. Some pious poet enviously takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, where its gleaming fires in the hopeful start tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon ordinarily dreams tonight. The fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand. Which means you're going into the situation. Hands are too strong for you, that's lost in it. Hands are too strong. Well, you know, that's why someone. The sad. This word she likes. This is a big bit.
And then you have policy to
Did you know that you can get your pet for free? Absolutely. Did you know that you can get your pet for free? Absolutely. In a manner of life that I think the ladies love it. I think the ladies love what you said. We're simply a little bus. I feel like a... Daniel, wait, she actually does not answer. Yes, I'm bitch. I know you a bitch. I know you a pussy. Be like you fucking autistic, you dummy. We can absolutely favor the rich. I mean, come on. Alright, things that you can do. Show out there. I'll probably...
Alright, Scott, we're going to continue your brainwashing.
The show, if it's completely disposition, because the situations you mean, like, how angry and how correct, like, I think,
Ken found out like this back.
larger threat. It might be somewhat. Yeah, which is all of that and all of this, I mean, your position now the virtue larger threat. They were threats not care about the general population. And it's because of them.
The empire is a disease that flies.
Only I forget which like capital group it is. South, what are you talking about? It's like they actually used babies.
In 1987,
The white empire. Two wars going on. One is war is on the ground, and the other is disinformation.
Basically, he said that his biggest accomplishment is that he dismantled the Mossad with any rubbish. And this is what happened 6 days later.
So he's basically the guy that we're talking about, this Amir, what's his name? Amir Ali Hashim. He's in charge of a few units of everything that is flying, like the rockets, like the long range and the short range, and also like what are those, like so-called like a chopper, like how do you say so-called like a chopper is regular. Attack helicopter. Okay, so attack helicopter, yeah. And they also have other planes, but basically this is what he's in charge of. Attack helicopters? Attack helicopters, missiles, long range and short range, like Shihab 3, Shihab 1, Shihab 2, rockets, missiles, and drones. Does anyone know how this happened? We don't know if it happened yet. But if it happened, it's great. We'll hope to do that. It's like we get our mojo back. This is they're happening one after another, like
Yeah. I was actually like super surprised by how strong Israeli intelligence services are. Like to operate like literal like missiles from within Iran. That's an interesting thing.
I read maybe it was launched from the points in Iraq.
Yeah, so there are like two conflicting reports. One said that it might be from outside of Iran. One said that it is within Iran. So to be honest, I have no idea.
But you're right, it would be pretty. They are operating inside of Iran, and that in itself. Launched from there. That guy was wrong 6 days ago.
Yeah. No, it's like super interesting that something like that happened every 6 days after this comment.
So, ChatGPT is not giving me anything about this guy. And I go on Google, but yeah, I get some expos and some things on Instagram, but it's not this guy. Who is it?
So the Aerospace Force also has like a wiki page, and also the commander of the Air Force, of the Aerospace Force also has a wiki page. So maybe try through wiki, and then we also have like at the bottom we have like links to resources that are related to him. So just write IRGC Aerospace Force, and then you will find like from there some information also about the guy. Not a lot, but okay.
I still find this
I mean, I think it's photos. Sorry.
I still find the article from News 14, Hamas, the head of Hamas, and Neil left the chat. It's like such a funny title for a news article.
Well, that not really a news channel, it's not.
They are considered to be a news channel.
I
hate them, but this was like so, that was so funny.
Yeah,
And then it shows this Polish title.
I guess just like the bee, what is it called? No, the bee, the one that is sarcastic.
Yeah, Fox News is a joke. I agree.
And the fights are also funny. So those two I like. And of course I adore Tucker Carlson and I don't share what everyone says. But yeah, now it's on Fox, so I keep watching. Actually, I think he has gotten much more interesting now as he's on his own because he gets to make these 2-hour, 3-hour interviews and it's so interesting.
So I just put an article in the chat.
Oh, let me check it.
Tucker is also
I love this that the meme. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh falls down. Falls down after loud pumping noise.
So we have a rule.
That's about that Trump, right?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm gonna copy paste this. It's amazing. I think it's great.
So we
Like
have a
the
rule
Trump
as to
thing.
why the process is.
What?
Can we have a rule as to why the process is also leftist?
Oh my god, you know what we're gonna do is that we're gonna do a GoFundMe and we're gonna all chime in some money so that we can pay you therapy and you can go and have a trauma dump somewhere.
Let's do it. I'll post my Venmo.
So do you need to stop? Do you dream of leftists as well, Simon? Come on. You need to be able to talk about other things.
I have nightmares all the time. These people,
I made up a song. It's based off of a pop song, Dookie Booty, but it's called Dookie Booty.
You gonna sing it for us?
I just did. Dookie Booty, Dookie Booty.
Assassination.
Okay, there you go. I could put the whole thing, but there it is. Anyway.
Hey. I just had a creepy pickup situation.
Oh, tell us, Holly. How are you?
Alright, so real quick, I was in the grocery store, and I had picked up too many things, I didn't have a cart. And I'm assuming he's Mexican, but whatever, that's fine. Mexican dude behind me offered me his cart. I was like, oh, well, that's so nice. So I took his cart, he only had like one thing. And I go out to my car, and he happened to park next to me, so he proceeds to like help me put my stuff in my trunk, like without saying anything. And I was like, oh, gracias. And like, I speak a little bit, so I was like, thanks. And he asked me my name, I was like, Holly, and like, what's yours? And then like, I'm like, alright, but yeah, and then like, he asks me if I'm married, like, when I got into the car, he like, was still asking me questions, and then I was like, yeah, I'm married, bye. It's just like staring at me. Oh,
Holly, don't we need to talk to your parents? They need to pay attention that you don't have to talk to strangers.
Well, was he hot?
No, not at all was he hot. No, like, I don't know what he was thinking. They're fucking delusional, dude. Like, fuck off.
I just want, on behalf of all Mexicans, Holly, stop it. A Mexican would not try to pick you.
What? No, I love Mexicans. Nothing against them. That's the first time, that was just a little creepy vibe, really. Like, anyway. I thought it was just being nice. I'm so fucking adorable.
It's funny. Thank you for sharing it with us. Actually, sometimes these things kind of like give you a little boost, like, I still got it. I love it.
You know it. You want it.
Yeah, that is
Yeah, a little bit. Like, don't try to help a woman with her group. I'm sorry. Like, maybe if I have like a fucking big ass, I'm at Home Depot and I'm struggling with all my life, maybe, especially if you're with your wife, maybe. But please don't come up and help me with my groceries.
Holly, but if it was like hot, you wouldn't be saying this.
No, not at all. Let's be hot. No, I love Mexican. Nothing against them. I just the first time, I was just a little creepy vibe, really. I
And if you were not married?
No, if it was like, yeah, I mean, like, if you were like not married and it was like sexy as fuck, you'd be like,
kids. Or...
yeah, you're like, oh my god, yes, and you'd be like, but how would I get to my apartment now? Oh my god.
But you know what, I think, okay, fair enough, but if he had said something, like, I guess if it was, even if he had said, you know, would you like me to help you? Now I know that maybe Langsbury, but like, if there's some way he could say, at least ask. Like, this dude just straight up grabbed my toilet paper and put it into my, proceeded to like put things in.
Well, I have a question. Was he rock in the 90s? For telephone? I gotta know.
Oh no, there was no like suave, no. This was just like your average like, Mexican worker bee looking dude, like not like, I mean, just your average Joe.
Did you tip him?
What now?
He was a second good dick on the base.
That would have been, yeah. Next thing that starts washing my windshield.
Yeah, it is $5 just go.
Well, it happens to me. I don't know why, but I have a thing with Uber drivers. They all are like making all these conversation, are married, do you have children? Oh, why are you here alone? Da da da. And it's horrible. Like they're all Muslims here in Switzerland. I don't know. Well, maybe that's my fate. I gotta go with a Muslim. I refuse though.
Did you have the kids with you, Ollie? He was probably just trying to help.
No, I was just me by myself.
Oh yeah, that was cute.
Yeah, dude, like.
Well, but yeah, at least he asked if she was married. Oh.
I like trying
girls and love them hikers.
I do have a Mexican that works for me, like he's my handyman guy, and I love him. I do love him, but he does get a little too. He's very touchy, but it's not even just with me. It's almost like it's touchy with everyone. But sometimes he does get too flirty, and I have like called him out before. Because I think he drinks sometimes, and like messages me and stuff, and I'm like, dude, like I'm gonna tell your wife, like don't, like back off. Like his wife also works for us. She's scared. I'm scared. But it's not like I don't think. But it's not like I don't think it's a cultural behavior. I don't know. But like he's loving it up. But like.
Well, Mexicans have a thing for you.
Yeah. Usually it's everyone but white guys. I married a white guy, but like I never really. Like, I always got more attention from everyone else.
If you wouldn't do it in front of your wife, don't do it. Okay?
Exactly.
Well, the sad thing is that a lot of them would do it in front of his wife, you know. Especially Mexicans, like they don't care.
She wears pants in that relationship. Oh yeah, she would slap the shit.
I'm still trying to find out who this guy is, Daniel. I can't. I don't know.
The head of the IRGC aerospace
force? The one Abby posted on the
well,
chat.
he's in charge of basically, like, we took out, like, the head of the nuclear program.
From where?
Say he was this.
Iran?
In Iran, yes, in the IRGC.
So
yes.
this is another guy, a second guy that was killed today.
Yes.
That is the head of the nuclear program.
Yes, so we killed one from Hamas. I mean, assuming that it's all true, yes? So we killed one from senior of Hamas, one senior of Hezbollah, and one senior of the IRGC in 24 hours.
And also assuming it was Israel.
Yes, assuming it was Israel. I mean,
three in a row.
Yes, assuming it's Israel, and that the third one we still don't have confirmation about. And also with the second one, Israel did not take responsibility about the attack in Iran, and they have been throughout the years people that were killed on Iranian soil
the Iranians will always blame Israel or Jerusalem, as they say. But sometimes it's people that Iran themselves are taking down and blaming us. So that also happens, but we don't respond either way. But they could also kill their own people and just blame us if they need to kind of get rid of someone.
Yeah, because that could be also a good way of blaming Israel or whatever. You know?
Yeah, and there are people that just would believe anything that you would tell about Israel, and Israel not reacting. I mean, it's the same. I think with the ICC that Israel didn't even submit a reaction, because they don't acknowledge the ICC. They didn't even file anything to as defense, because even submitting the defense will be kind of accepting the jurisdiction of the ICJ or the ICC in this case. So this is why they didn't participate. So also in this case, acknowledging to here or to there is not something that Israel is known to do. So it kind of left in the mystery.
I'm reading the thing that Elle shared. I love it. It's hilarious.
The Onion. There's also like the Onion, right?
Yeah, it's like the Onion, exactly. So the FBI confirmed this morning that Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas and mastermind of the October 7th terrorist attacks in Israel, fell down after loud popping noises occurred in his immediate vicinity. Analysts say that the loud popping noises, which seem to have contributed to the terrorist leader's sudden fall, may have been potentially related to a pre-dawn flyover of the Iranian capital by several fighter jets with a blue Star of David painted on their fuselages. But that it is too early to determine whether there is any significant connection at this point. And then it's open quotes. Everyone attending the inauguration of the Iranian president around being super peaceful, talking about all sorts of peaceful things, reported Bart Lodge, FBI spokesman. And bystanders then reported several popping noises, almost like someone popping a packet of bubble wrap, and Ismail Haniyeh seemed to stumble a little bit and then fall down. We are still collecting information and hope to have an answer in a few decades. I'm about to finish. Sources within Hamas have confirmed that the terrorist leader was in fact dead and in many, many pieces. Several media sources, including the Washington Post, have mourned the passing of another austere religious scholar who died needlessly at the hands of those violent Israelis. At publishing time, reports from Lebanon confirmed that Fuad Shukur, a Hezbollah leader who was involved in the 1983 Marine Corps bombing in Lebanon, had also mysteriously fallen down after several noisy popping sounds.
I saw a meme this morning. I saw a very funny meme this morning. Yesterday, Ismail Haniyeh meets the new president of Iran. Today, Ismail Haniyeh meets the old president of Iran. Helicopter.
Speaking of peaceful, in the inauguration of the new president, they were chanting "Death to Israel, Death to Israel." This is what they were chanting in the inauguration. Yes.
How can you have that?
What do you mean? How can you have that? This is like part of their identity.
Have that? I mean, like, it doesn't make look good in Iran, even if it's just for the optics, dude.
It's good for the people that are trying to attract, not to the people that they are fighting against, which is like the West and democracies and stuff like that.
Students in America happy when you say death to Israel.
Yes, I don't know.
I mean, students in America will be happy when you say death to America, so of course they will be happy with that.
Well, I say that too.
Yeah, I know, and they also burn the American flag, so it's not that. So these are the people that they are trying to appeal to. So death to Israel is something that is acceptable for some.
I was saying this yesterday, like after the guy was killed in Beirut. I'm like, this is like the last scene from The Godfather, where just all the dominoes fall and they kill every single one of their enemies. That's what's happening now. I think there's 5 leaders dead now in the past 24 hours.
3, no?
It's wonderful.
Is it 5?
Well, you
we had death, not Muhammad death, but that was like 2 weeks ago.
A guy in Iraq, Hania.
Which guy in Iraq? Which guy in Iraq?
IRGC
Which guy in Iraq?
There was a guy killed yesterday in Iraq that was, what was he? I forget what he was.
By Israel?
By America, actually, apparently.
Really? I didn't see this.
Huh. So one of the ones is that you're referring to is the attack in Gaza?
So there's something somewhere in Iraq at Hezbollah headquarters there. Like, I guess Hezbollah has a headquarters in Iraq as well.
Okay. So Iraq, then Yemen.
Yemen was well, there was the port, and that was last
In
week.
Yemen, nobody died. It was just a destruction of infrastructure.
Well, no, people died, but not.
Yeah, but no leaders.
No,
Okay.
yes, no senior
So
leaders.
Lebanon, Iran.
I'm hearing rumors of an IRGC guy that was killed today in Syria.
Yes, this is
that's
what we're
what we were
following now.
wondering about. Who is
Every
the
single
head
Axis
of
country's been
the
hit in the past 24 hours.
the head of the what? Was it Daniel?
Aerospace,
Yeah,
the IRGC Aerospace Force.
Or yeah, in the aerospace, yeah.
Aerospace, yeah.
And they did. I thought one of you guys said the nuclear guy also got killed too.
That's the one, isn't it? The same nuclear aerospace thing is it the same?
Maybe then there was 4 that
I
were
think
killed.
so.
No, the nuclear was like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm mixing everything. Don't listen to me.
Conversation. Sorry. Yeah.
Don't pay attention to me. I'm just mixing everything.
Well, this isn't over yet.
But fuck, it's been. I mean, like everything that's happening right now, it's crazy, and I love it how clean it is.
We still have Sinwar, we still have Nasrallah, we still have Ayatollahs. This isn't over. And that's $8 billion that's just been freed for the Palestinians that Hania had. I'm sure it'll make its way to the proper people.
Yeah, because he didn't have any family anymore, right?
No, he definitely had like 8 different wives and 1 billion children, but I think a bunch of them got killed in the past couple months. And he said they're all martyrs for the cause.
Well, they all must be very happy, huh? They fulfill their purpose.
They're all together in Gehenna.
I see that someone, Ice Cube, I invite you to go on stage because I see that you're putting a lot of propaganda in the chat. If you want to discuss any of the things that you posted about the rape and the chief rabbi permitted wartime and all kinds of nonsense, if you are willing to discuss this and not just kind of throw accusations, unless you are using it just to kind of stab at Israel. If you care for the truth and for the facts, you are welcome to come on stage. I sent you an invite, Ice Cube, and you can
He's
come.
a chicken shit, Daniel. He won't be coming up. He's just one of those chat warriors that like sit down there and lick his own balls. But you notice how you never hear these people ever decry. I mean, worried about rape now. Were they worried about all the Israeli women that were raped? Did they worry about that? You don't hear a peep.
Also, now they don't care.
But
now this guy sticks the phone up his own ass.
This is the thing, and this is what Daniel and I have been trying to do. You know, when somebody comes in the room and they say, "Hey, why are you killing all these little children and all the women?" And we're like, "Okay, so you're upset about this war because of the children and the women?" Yes. Okay, so when for example, that happened the other day with a Muslim guy, and then we started bringing up the other places in the world where they are killing a lot of Muslim children, a lot of Muslim women, and we're like, okay, did you know about this? Because if you compare the numbers, this is just like a 1% of what you're worrying about. Oh yeah, but and then they go to somewhere else. Yeah, but the land or whatever it is, you know. And so when you make them realize, and this is the reason why I like to ask questions to them, because I like for them to think, because if they are just coming with slogans and not even understanding what they're standing for, then you can break it down. It's like, okay, so the only reason you care about this conflict is just because you don't like the Jews. And that's it, you know, because it's not that you care about the children, it's not that you care about the land, it's not that you care about the religion, it's not that you care about any of this. It's just that you're pissed off at the Jews. And this is why you care. Now, all of it of a sudden just turns into a lot of just taglines, just.
Many people are being brainwashed, and I see how they're being brainwashed. I mean, I looked at for example, Ice Cube said that he will, or she, or he will join us in a minute, but I look at like what they shared. And what they're sharing tweets of people that are writing what is going on, and they're not giving sources. So someone is calling this like protest to justify, to legalize rape, so they go with this. And then they put a screenshot, and a screenshot from an article, so you never see like what is the date. It could be like 10, 20, 30 years ago. So it really is important to see who said it. Like, for example, people saying things about Ben-Gvir. Now, I will not be the one protecting Ben-Gvir, but there's a difference between Ben-Gvir being an 18-year-old or 16-year-old than Ben-Gvir as a Ministry of Interior Security. So it's not the same thing, things that he said when he was 16 and things that he's saying when he has an official position. And when you take things out of context, I think it's misleading. And a lot of things that are happening in Twitter is that people get information that is out of context, out of time, because you can have something like, I see the same child being, what I do, and I suggest anyone to do this, when you see an image from Gaza, save it, then open Google Lens. It's an app of Google Lens, and then you can do a reverse image search. And then you will see what is the date of this, what is the earliest date that you can see. And a lot of times, pictures that I see from Gaza are published years ago. Some of them are from Turkey, some of them are from Lebanon. So it's really easy, if anyone wants to kind of check the source of when was this published. Even things that happened in Gaza, I see now images that happened, let's say, on the first week of the war. So people kind of get a twisted idea of what's going on the ground. This.
Hey, can I say something?
I lost my mic, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, if you cannot coexist with Jews, if you cannot coexist with Christians, if you cannot coexist with Hindus, there's no problem in the others. There's a problem in you. And if that is the case, and you cannot coexist with even the Buddhists, the Chinese, and the others, then I don't think, I mean, there's nothing more to say in all this. And you should look at yourself.
My grandfather
before
had a
you
saying.
Start pointing fingers at the others.
My grandfather had a saying: if you run into an asshole in the morning, you ran into an asshole. If you ran into assholes all day long, you in fact are the asshole. So to your point, if you can't get along with that group, with that group, with that group, with that group, maybe they are the asshole.
You know what the pro-parties will tell you, that Jews have been expelled from 109 countries and everybody's hating them. That would be the battle for.
But what group?
Who's right and who's wrong?
But countries. What kind of countries? Run by who? One common denominator.
No, Daniel, to your mention of the Jews being removed from 109 countries, but they were welcomed in India. So there is at least one country where they were welcomed, right? But you see the Muslims, I don't think they're welcomed in any country. Poland has shut its borders. Poland has not allowed any refugees. Even Egypt and those surrounding countries, the Arab countries, they've kind of shut their borders not to allow the Gazans inside their country. So even when Syrian refugees had moved out, no one really wanted them, but they still took them. And now you see what's happening in England, right? So what happened in Paris, the Charlie Hebdo. So why would anyone want them in their country is a question that I fail to answer and I fail to understand.
I'm sorry, in the chat, ordinary, India is larger than you realize. Is this a deep thought by you? Was you digging deep for some real nuggets of truth there, ordinary? Okay. It's a big country. Yes. Yes, it is.
Ordinary keeps asking, well, what if we don't like America? We should leave? Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, what are you doing here if you don't love America? You should be in the country you love. If you are an enemy of this country, you need to leave immediately. We don't trust you. Point blank.
We don't like your country.
India is bigger than you think. We got some tism. We're dealing with some tism.
Oh, let me tell him, India is way bigger than what he thinks or he realizes. Because you come to India and you understand how large and how vast it is. So sitting behind a keyboard, you would really not understand how big or large India is.
I just am hoping that there's a point to the repeating of how big India is. Is there a point to be made, ordinary? You have one regarding the size of India? Or we're going to talk geography now?
Is he compensating?
Apparently. And one word answer, sure. Okay. Is a small penis. Everybody ordinary, steady as a small penis.
I'm sorry if that makes people uncomfortable, but I'm really not sorry. Because this is really, you're a hypocrite. If you're here and you don't love the country, why are you here? Go to the country you love. Be happy. I don't understand that, and that shouldn't be so hard to understand.
But Dawn, the problem is no one wants them.
Don't shit and be in a country you hate and live in the freedoms.
Right. I understand that, Dawn, but the problem is no one wants them.
The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flown, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined. for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand a tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand a tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their opal start, hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand a tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and their opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand a tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the cotton to her other breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand a tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied. For she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lied, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions pass her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrapped in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, and hides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light. For she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more inder than the dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more inder than the dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more inder than the dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more inder than the dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light, for she sleeps the contour of her breast, upon her silken avalanche of down. Dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more inder than the dreams tonight, Then a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined. For she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their vocal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolent than dreams tonight, than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their vocal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their vocal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their vocal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, than a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lined, for she sleeps the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh, and watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet enemy of sleep takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris in their vocal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lying. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh. It watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and light. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh. It watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times, wrecked in a languor deep, earthward she lets a furtive teardrop flow, some pious poet, enemy of sleep, takes in his hollow hand the tear of snow, whence gleams of iris and of opal start, tides it from the sun, deep in his heart. Charles Baudelaire. The Sadness of the Moon by Charles Baudelaire. The moon more indolently dreams tonight, and a fair woman on her couch at rest, caressing with a hand distraught and lying. Before she sleeps, the contour of her breast. Upon her silken avalanche of down, dying she breathes a long and swooning sigh. Watches the white visions past her flow, which rise like blossoms to the azure sky. And when at times